Chapter 488. Yang Fan could not be clearer about this group of ruffian-born ruthless officials of the Imperial Censorate. These days, they have been living with their tails between their legs, and did not have any arrogance to speak of. For them to suddenly act so arrogantly, they must have something to rely on. Then, what is it that they are relying on? Has something happened that he is unaware of? The more Yang Fan thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He immediately said to Anu, "Let's go faster. We must return to the Ministry of Justice immediately." Before he finished his sentence, Yang Fan had already galloped away. Anu immediately chased after him. Yang Fan galloped back to the Ministry of Justice. He threw the horse to Anu and immediately rushed to the Ministry of Justice. Even if an official wanted to leave the capital, other than official documents, they must also have a travel permit. The travel permit is issued by the Ministry of Justice's Ministry of Justice. He wanted to find out the movements of the group of people of the Imperial Censorate when they left the capital. When Yan Xiaojun saw that Yang Fan had arrived, he immediately welcomed him with a face full of smiles. He laughed and said, "Yang Longzhong, why are you here at this hour? Is there anything that I can help you with?" Yan Xiaojun was a vengeful person. His nickname was Sweet Potato. The way that Yang Fan dealt with the Imperial Censorate was to his liking. In addition, the Ministry of Justice was the head of the Ministry of Justice's 4 departments. Yang Fan's authority was growing day by day. He was the most powerful person in the entire Ministry of Justice. He could not help but respect and be intimate with him. Yang Fan hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yen, there are many Imperial Censorates who left the capital in a hurry. I wonder where they are going and what official business they have. Does Brother Yen know?" Yan Xiaojun winked at him. He lowered his voice and laughed. "Heh heh. I know that you are keeping an eye on them. I, old Yen, admire Erling's character very much. Don't worry, I've noted down their whereabouts and was about to send them to your Ministry of Justice." Yan Xiaojun led Yang Fan back to the desk and picked up a dossier. Casually flipping through it, she took out a slip of paper and passed it to Yang Fan. Sure enough, the whereabouts of the Imperial Censors were clearly written on it. Yang Fan hurriedly skimmed through it. The Imperial Censors' destinations were all over the place. Yunnan, Shu, Guizhou, Sichuan, Guangxi, and especially Lingnan 6 paths. Yang Fan asked in amazement. What happened that caused the Censorate to come out in full force? I did not ask about that, Yan Xiaojun said. They were urging me very urgently, but because I have the Imperial Edict in my hand, I did not want to obstruct them. He only heard that it was closely related to the drifting people. By the way, you can go to Old Sun's place and have a look. His office is responsible for managing all the captives, slaves, and exiled officials and their families. I heard that the Imperial Censorate has just handed over a list of names to him and even took away a few lists from him." Hearing this, Yang Fan hastily expressed his gratitude to Yan Xiaojun and hurriedly left for the Imperial Censorate. Imperial Censorate Sun Yuxuan's nickname was difficult to write. This man came from a scholarly background, and the law was not his forte. He had been an official for many years, but he did not make the slightest progress. He always had a bellyful of difficulties when handling official documents, and did not know how to write. At this moment, there was a lot of documents on his desk, piled up into 4 piles, as high as a mountain. Imperial Censorate's son was buried in the documents, one hand holding a pen, the other hand holding his forehead. He was frowning in distress. Yang Fan hurriedly rushed over, cupped his fists and said, "Sun Xiong, did someone from the Imperial Censorate come today? What did they come for?" Sun Yuxuan looked up and saw Yang Fan had come. He quickly stood up and said, "Ah, Erling is here. Sit, sit, sit. I have too much official business here. The Imperial Censorate did hand over an official document, but I have not had time to look at it." As Sun Yuxuan said this, he rummaged through the pile of documents, took out a document and handed it to Yang Fan. he said. Erlang, please take a look. This is the document. Did something happen? Yang Fan took the document handed over by the Imperial Censorate. After only a few glances, his face suddenly changed, and his hands involuntarily began to tremble. Sun Yuxuan worriedly said, Erlang, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like you have a fever? Do you need to find a doctor? Yang Fan separated his hands, and the document shattered into pieces. Yang Fan heavily punched the table and shouted, Wan Guojun, you deserve to die. With a loud bang, a sturdy pearwood table was smashed into pieces by Yang Fan's fist. The table that was piled up like a mountain suddenly collapsed. Sun Yuxuan was so scared that he staggered back and stammered, Erlang! Erlang, what's wrong with you? Yang Fan's face was red and his breathing was rapid. Even his eyes were red, and his iron fists were clenched so tightly that they made cracking sound. Sun Yuxuan was so frightened that he repeatedly retreated, and his heel tripped on the collapsed table. He fell on his butt and was buried in the pile of documents. This friend's desk was really full of documents. Sun Yuxuan hurriedly pushed the table away and poked his head out. He saw a few scribes rushing in after hearing the noise, and they were looking around curiously. But Yang Fan was long gone. Doctor, as soon as she returned to the Ministry of Justice, Anu became a competent servant again, and her voice was a little rough. When she saw Yang Fan rushing out of the yamen, she immediately went to greet him. Who would have thought that Yang Fan did not even pay attention to her, and rushed past her in a flash. Looking at his fiery appearance, he was like an angry bull, or more accurately, a crazy bull. Anu cried out in shock, Doctor, what's wrong with you? Where are you going? Yang Fan hurriedly replied, I'm going to the stables, you don't need to follow me. Then he disappeared without a trace. Anu was not at ease and rushed to the stables. She saw that the side door was wide open, and Yang Fan whipped the horse. The horse's 4 hooves flew, and in an instant it disappeared out of the door. Anu stood there in a daze and looked at the shaking door. She began to miss the mature Yang Fan who was talking and killing people on the streets of Luoyang, and who had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. Sometimes, a woman's mind was really hard to guess. Yang Fan whipped again and again, and the horse under his crotch was like an arrow released from a bow. Fortunately, this was within the boundaries of the imperial city, and there were no commoners walking in this area, and there were also no peddlers in the shops and alleys. Otherwise, with his speed, even if it was on the 500 feet wide Ding Ding Street, he would inevitably bump into people. 317 people, 123 men, 194 women, 29 elders over 70 years old, and 92 children under 10 years old. Among them, there were 2 infants in swaddling clothes who had just been registered. Every number, every life, was like a needle, needle by needle, piercing Yang Fan's heart, riddling it with holes and dripping with blood. The official document handed over by the censorate was very simple. It only listed those people's age, name, place of origin, and identity, so that the Ministry of Justice could write these people off and put them on the death list. What was written in the official document was how these people incited the ignorant commoners of Lingnan to deliberately rebel, and how they used their status as members of Li Tang's imperial family to stir up trouble. But it was precisely those simple and emotionless descriptions of the numbers that were covered up by their simple words that transformed into a haunting and tragic scene in Yang Fan's mind. After he had avenged his family, he had thought that the scene that had become a nightmare in his heart since his childhood would never appear again. But now, he clearly saw it again. He saw the village on fire, saw the mutilated corpses, heard the mournful cries of despair, and saw the heads flying into the air with hot blood in their veins. When he saw the official document handed over by the censorate, he understood why the censorate, who had been pretending to be obedient dogs with their tails between their legs, were once again flaunting their strength. He also understood the true reason for the tragedy in Yushan County. The censorate had no way out and was driven to desperate action. They did not hesitate to use such a method that if they failed, they would be consigned to eternal damnation, to create the illusion that there were traitors everywhere and that the throne of the Empress was not secure. Only in this way would the Empress feel their importance and protect them. Only then would she not allow the officials to suppress them, because they were still useful. Yang Fan felt that this was his fault. If he had not pressured the censorate too much, perhaps these cruel officials would not have carried out such a heartless massacre on the families of the already harmless refugees. He felt that this was also Li Zhaoda's fault. If this arrogant and conceited prime minister had not been too headstrong and allowed these mad dogs to leave the capital, how could they have had the opportunity to inflict their sharp fangs on the defenseless and defenseless women, children, and the elderly? All kinds of scenes rotated in his mind like a merry-go-round. A pair of sunken eyes, a hawk nose, a grim face, a pair of thin and cold lips opened and closed, causing two deep wrinkles to twist. A fierce and gloomy voice echoed in Yang Fan's ears. Kill! Kill them all! Don't let a single one go! That face suddenly turned into Wan Guojun, then into Zhao Jilong, then into Wang Desho. The censorate came out in full force, separately rushing towards the Dian, Shu, Qian, Chuan, Gui, and Lingnan six paths. In other words, the souls of Yushan that had already been tortured had not yet dispersed, and there would be more people to suffer. The censorate had released a group of man-eating demons. Yang Fan whipped his horse as if it was flying, rushing towards Li Zhaoda's house. There was no court meeting today, and the officials were still working. However, because most of the prime ministers were old, other than the prime minister on duty, the other prime ministers could rest at home for a day like the Empress. On the road ahead, a luxurious light carriage sped towards them. There were more than 10 black-robed guards accompanying the carriage. Princess, it's Yang Longzhong. The coachman saw a flying horse from afar. He squinted his eyes and immediately called out. With a schwa sound, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a naturally charming and beautiful face. It was Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping looked into the distance and saw a person lying on the horse, his clothes fluttering in the wind, almost forming a straight line behind him. That ponytail was also flying in the air, and just like the clothes, it floated in a straight line behind him. His entire person formed a very powerful image that was moving forward. The red mane of the purplish-red horse flew like fire, covering the rider's face. However, as the face got closer, it became clearer and clearer. It was indeed Yang Fan. Erlang is really angry. Fortunately, I came in time. Princess Taiping heaved a long sigh of relief and shouted in a stern voice, "Quickly stop Yang Fan for me." Chapter 489. When the two riders in front heard the princess order, they immediately raised their horses and loudly shouted, "Yang Longzhong, please stay, Her Royal Highness the Princess summons you." Yang Fan had already seen Princess Taiping's carriage, but he was currently filled with anger and did not want to talk to her. When he saw the two riders coming, he immediately shouted, "Get out of the way!" While speaking, he was like a tiger and his horse was like a dragon, sweeping up a gust of wind as he charged towards the two riders. The two riders reined in their horses, and just as they closed in, Yang Fan rushed past them with a gust of wind. "Io!" The two riders were hit by Yang Fan's fast horses, and immediately fell out. The horses staggered, and the two riders fell off their horses. "Stop him for me!" Princess Taiping was very anxious and repeatedly ordered. Another 4 riders rushed forward. Yang Fan did not bring any weapons, and it was impossible for him to use them. He only raised his horse and rushed forward. Although the 4 riders had the mission to stop him, they all knew that Yang Fan and their Royal Highness the Princess had a very ambiguous relationship, so they did not dare to use force. They could only use their bodies and horses to forcefully block. For a time, several horses collided, and people shouted and horses neighed as they fell down. Yang Fan relied on his superb horsemanship to rush out of the encirclement of the four riders, but the date red horse under him had already slowed down because of the repeated blocking, and was no longer as sharp as an arrow. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of footsteps rang out and the earth trembled. 8 female sumo wrestlers rushed out from behind the carriage. The female sumo wrestlers were all tall and sturdy, their fat and sturdy bodies were like mountains of meat. Most of these tall and sturdy knights would need 2 people to be as tall and sturdy as them. Every noble had a few personal bodyguards, and Princess Taiping's trusted aides were these 8 female sumo wrestlers. The 4 female sumo wrestlers took large strides and rushed to Yang Fan's height. They bent down at the same time and with a pring sound, they grabbed the 4 horse legs with their hands and shouted in unison, "Rise!" The 4 majestic female sumo wrestlers were unparalleled in strength. They were able to lift up Yang Fan and the date red horse he was riding with a single arm. Fortunately, there were not many pedestrians in the vicinity of the imperial city. Otherwise, this scene would be far too shocking. Yang Fan, who was riding on the horse, suddenly grew taller. He looked down and saw that the horse's 4 hooves were in the air. He couldn't help but stare blankly. Seizing the opportunity, a female sumo wrestler rushed to the side of the horse and grabbed Yang Fan's ankle, shouting, "Get down!" Woo! With a thud, Yang Fan was forcibly pulled down from the horse. She grabbed one of his ankles and swung him a few times in the air before throwing him away. This female sumo wrestler didn't dare to hurt Yang Fan. Although she made Yang Fan dizzy, she used a lot of strength to throw him away, so she wouldn't hurt Yang Fan. Yang Fan fell to the ground with a poo sound. He felt that the ground was undulating like a sampan. He pressed his hands on the ground and wanted to get up, but he temporarily lost his balance and wasn't clear-headed enough. Princess Taiping was shocked when she saw this from the carriage. She hurriedly shouted, "Don't hurt him!" The 8 female sumo wrestlers had accompanied the princess for a long time, and their relationship was very close. They weren't too afraid of her. One of the female sumo wrestlers who was holding the horse's left front leg laughed. "Your Highness, don't worry. Yang Longzhong is skilled in martial arts and has a strong body. These moves won't hurt him." Yang Fan shook his head. Just as he was about to get up from the ground, he suddenly felt the sky darken. He hurriedly looked up and saw 4 mountains of flesh covering the sky, smashing towards his head. He couldn't help but scream, "No!" Newton's second law of motion. Force equals mass times acceleration. The 4 strong women didn't dare to hurt Yang Fan, so they used their body weight as a weapon and smashed down on him. The 4 fat bodies piled up like a human pyramid, and Yang Fan's thin and weak body was immediately submerged in the rolling fat and disappeared without a trace. Even the sound of his miserable cries was gone. "Are you crazy? That's the Prime Minister of the dynasty. He's the Prime Minister who is favored by the Emperor. Even Wei Wang and Liang Wang don't dare to offend him. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to rush to his door like this? Are you the victim?" Inside the carriage, Yang Fan sat opposite Princess Taiping. His clothes were slightly disheveled, but he was no longer in the sorry state he was when he was caught like a chicken. Yang Fan grabbed Princess Taiping's hand that was gently patting the dust off him. He gently moved it away and looked straight into her eyes. He said seriously, "I'm not crazy, nor have I lost my reason. Otherwise, I would be rushing to the Meridian Gate and not Li Zhaoda's mansion. I know very well that if the Emperor doesn't come to court today, I won't be able to enter the inner palace, and I won't be able to see the Emperor. I also know that with my current status, I don't have the right to criticize this important matter of the country. Especially since this is the Emperor's reverse scale. As long as there is a rebellion, there is no reason to argue, and no evidence to argue. Even if there is only a trace of possibility, the Emperor will make the most reassuring choice. Kill that possible threat." Yang Fan's voice was not angry, nor was there any anger, but Princess Taiping could feel that he was only suppressing all his anger. It was because his anger had already exceeded the limit of his restraint. The extreme anger made him seem unusually calm, like a brewing volcano. I also know that since the Emperor has already dispatched people from the censorate to all parts of the world, it means that the Emperor is already very vigilant about this matter. If I really break into the palace and see the Emperor, the only result will be that I will be dragged out of the Meridian Gate and beheaded. For the throne, even if it is the Emperor's own son, she will not hesitate to kill him. I never thought that she would give me a favor outside the law. So, I am only going to see Li Zhaoda, not the Emperor. Princess Taiping frowned slightly and said worriedly, Erlang, what can you do if you see Li Zhaoda? Can he bring the dead back to life? Yang Fan said calmly, the hatred of the dead can be dealt with later. But, this matter has just happened and you already know it. Li Zhaoda is the prime minister of the dynasty, and the chief writer, there is no reason for him not to know. I can't see the Emperor, but he can see it, but has he ever tried? The dead can be dealt with later, but what about the people who are about to die? The censorate came out in full strength, and a group of murderous devils went to all parts of the country. What has he, as the Prime Minister, done? At least he should try to prevent new unjust cases from happening, right? Princess Taiping sighed softly and said in a low voice, the head of the censorate has been changed. Sun Chenyu, who did not do anything, has been retired and returned to his hometown. Mother has just issued an imperial edict to promote Wan Guojun to be the head of the censorate. Do you understand what this means? Yang Fan's face darkened. Princess Taiping continued, Yushan County Magistrate Hu Shuyao has already written to the imperial court, but Wan Guojun is smarter. Almost at the same time when he slaughtered more than 300 old, weak women and children, he had already sent people back to the capital on horseback to report that the wife and children of the Liu family held a grudge against the imperial court and were plotting to rebel. It was he who found out in time and acted decisively. You know what Mother Empress is most afraid of. Any emperor who usurps the throne has always been most afraid of this. Mother Empress not only usurped the throne, but also became the emperor as a woman. So, she is more worried than any other emperor who has usurped the throne. Out of these two memorials, who will she choose to believe? Among those who were exiled were members of the royal family, the sons and grandsons of the royal family, the Liu warriors. This sentence was written by Wan Guojun in the memorial. When the Queen Mother saw this sentence, it was destined that these old, weak women and children had to die. It didn't matter if they really wanted to rebel or if they had the ability to rebel. The Queen Mother didn't care. She just wants to make herself feel at ease. Do you understand? Do you think the Emperor cares about a few hundred or a few thousand lives? No Emperor cares about people's lives. Emperor Taizong did not hesitate to kill General Li Junxian, who was nicknamed Wu Nyangzi, because of a rumor that Li Xingwu and confiscated his family. The Emperor doesn't care, but I do. But as long as there is a chance, I have to try. You also said that Li Zhaoda is very favored now. If he has any request, the Emperor will grant it. He should at least come forward to stop it. Princess Taiping smiled bitterly and shook her head. Erlang, you have been an official for so long, but in the end, you still do not understand the minds of those in the bureaucracy. Do you think Li Zhaoda cares about the lives of those people? Don't be fooled by how they shout about serving the country and the people all day long. Once they have a chance to attack their political enemies, they will not hesitate to sacrifice others. When 3 prime ministers were imprisoned, didn't he sacrifice them without hesitation? From their point of view, sacrificing some people to eliminate his threat would allow him to carry out his policies more smoothly and benefit more people. Thus, he would never feel guilty, regardless of whether it was his colleagues or innocent people who were sacrificed. Perhaps this move by the censorate is exactly what he wants. He can't wait for the censorate to go crazy like this. Erlang, it will be useless for you to go. Li Zhaoda is obstinate and self-opinionated. He thinks that he is the only one. He scolds the other prime ministers like they are his lackeys. Previously, when you talked back to him, he did not suppress you. This is already a sign that he sees you in a new light. If you bully him again, what will he think? Yang Fan said angrily. At worst, we will just break up. What else can he do? At worst, I won't be an official. What else can he do? Holding a righteous memorial arch, does he think that he can let people do evil with a clear conscience? This kind of cold-blooded and heartless official, Li Zhaoda can be, but I, Yang Fan, can't be. No matter what, I have to try. Erlang. Yang Fan stood up and said, Princess, don't say any more. A gentleman's official must do what he wants. Perhaps I'm not a wise man, but I can live up to my conscience. No matter what, I have to try, I have to try. Yang Fan cupped his hands toward Princess Taiping, turned around and walked out, leaving behind a sentence. I know you have good intentions, but don't stop me. Yang Fan only knew that Princess Taiping's eyes and ears were well informed. That was why she knew about this matter in time. Also, she could see through people's hearts, so she could guess his possible reaction. But he did not know that the reason why Princess Taiping guessed that he would have such a big reaction was because she knew exactly what happened in the Peach Blossom Village that year. She knew that today's tragedy, Yang Fan would feel the same. Because there was no order from Princess Taiping, the guards and the 8 maids who were trying to stop Yang Fan just now stood firmly around the carriage. Seeing that Yang Fan had come out, they did not move. Yang Fan led his horse, turned over and rode away without hesitation. In the carriage, Princess Taiping looked at the fluttering curtain of the carriage. She sighed softly and faintly said, Alas! Why do I like this kind of reckless bull that will not turn back even if it hits the south wall? Chapter 490. Li Zhaoda's mansion was full of distinguished guests. Those who came and went were either great scholars or high officials. Li Zhaoda sat at the head of the table. One person toasted, the other toasted. The wine and flattery entered his mouth one after another. Prime Minister Li was already a bit tipsy. Husband. A man held a cup in front of him. Li Zhaoda stroked his beard and looked away from the dancers in the hall. He glanced at him and saw that it was his good friend Yan Shanxi. He raised his cup and laughed. Ha ha, old Yan, you have never liked wine. Today you are in the mood to drink. Come, sit next to me. Let's have a drink together. Yan Shanxi was the Minister of the Right and the Minister of the Interior. Although he was a close subject to the Emperor, his official position was not high. He was just an admonishing official. In front of a powerful emperor like Wu Zetian, he was basically useless. However, he was very talented and learned. He was knowledgeable, so he had a good relationship with Li Zhaoda. Yan Shanxi sat next to Li Zhaoda, but he was not in a hurry to drink. Instead, he whispered in his ear, Husband, I heard that the censorate created a bloody case in Lingnan. They slaughtered more than 300 women and children. They also told the emperor that there was a rumor in Lingnan about a warrior named Lu, which made the emperor very afraid. Now the censorate. Li Zhaoda raised his hand to stop him. He sneered and said, Shanxi, you don't need to say anything. I already know. Li Zhaoda took a sip of wine and said hatefully, The censorate is perverse and devoid of conscience. What they have done is really infuriating. When I heard about their evil deeds in Lingnan, I was really angry. But you don't have to worry. These cruel officials are full of evil. They are digging their own grave. I want to see how long they can run amok. Yan Shanxi said worriedly, They are making such a scene. I am afraid Lai Junqian will also come back. The emperor lives in the imperial palace. The situation among the people depends on others. The emperor has always been apprehensive about rebellion. Now that Wan Guojun has painted Lingnan as if there are traitors everywhere, it is hard to guarantee that the emperor will not use him again. Li Zhaoda smiled proudly and said, So what? A featherless phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Do you think Li Junqian still has the prestige of the past? The more unjust cases they create in various parts of the world, the greater the resentment of the people. It's fine if Li Junqian stays in the same prefecture, but if he comes out, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Yan Shanxi frowned and said, "Don't be careless, my husband. You might be playing with fire." Li Zhaoda was a little unhappy and said unhappily, "This servant has his own considerations." Seeing this, Yan Shanxi could only keep his mouth shut. Li Zhaoda's mansion was located at Li Di Lane, which was surrounded by water on all sides. Yang Fan exited the imperial city and headed north along the Luo River's embankment. He turned around a bridge and entered Li Di Lane. Li Zhaoda's mansion was renovated and rebuilt after he became the chief scribe. It was a huge mansion with a wide front yard and an extraordinary aura. As long as one entered Li Di Lane, they would know the location of the Li residence with a little inquiry. Yang Fan was stopped by Princess Taiping on the way. Although he still insisted on coming to the Li residence, he was much calmer and not as furious as he was at the beginning. He rushed to the Li residence and saw many carriages and horses parked in front of the gate. Yang Fan did not speak to anyone and only tied the horses to the post. He strode up the steps and grabbed the bronze ring of the beast head and knocked hard on the gate. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Fan knocked hard. After a few loud bangs, someone behind the gate shouted unhappily, "Who is it? With such great strength, can you afford to pay for breaking our gate?" Along with the voice, the gate opened a little and an impatient face peeked out. He looked up and down at Yang Fan. Seeing that he was young and dressed in ordinary clothes, he did not look like someone from a noble family. His expression was even more arrogant. He lazily stretched out a hand and said, "Give it to me." Yang Fan said in a deep voice, "Give what to me?" The man was about to close the door without saying anything. Yang Fan stretched out his hand to stop him and shouted, "What are you doing?" The man glared at him and said, "You don't even have a visiting card and you still want to visit my house? This is the Prime Minister's mansion. Do you think it's some small family? You don't even have a visiting card and you still want to see my Alang. How dare you? Get lost or I'll send you to the Yamen to eat the plank." Yang Fan did not get angry but laughed instead and said, "The Prime Minister's doorstep is a 7th-ranked official. Unfortunately, I am a 5th-ranked official in the imperial court. It's normal for me to be in the Ministry of Justice. A 7th-ranked official like you is not enough. Get out of the way." Yang Fan stretched out his hand and pushed the 2 doors open. The door was pushed open and fell down like a rolling gourd. Yang Fan walked in big strides. The official servants, guards, and coachmen waiting in front of the door were all dumbfounded. "Someone come quickly. Someone is forcing his way into the Prime Minister's mansion. He's out of control." The gatekeeper was lying on the ground and did not want to get up. He was shouting at the top of his lungs. Many servants of the Prime Minister's mansion heard the news and rushed out. Yang Fan raised his voice and said, "I am the Minister of Justice's Minister Yang Fan. I have an important matter of life and death to see Prime Minister Li. Who dares to stop me?" Finished speaking, Yang Fan flashed his tortoise talisman. The official's identification card was originally a fish talisman, but later on someone ran to Wu Zetian and flattered her, saying that the Wu clan was in the imperial court and the black tortoise was one of the 4 symbols. Therefore, they should abandon the fish talisman and cast the tortoise talisman instead. At that time, the tortoise was one of the 4 spirits, the auspicious beast in the legends, the mythical beast, not an insult. As a result, the official's identity card became a tortoise. When the servants in the Prime Minister's mansion heard that he was an official of the Ministry of Justice and saw him flashing the tortoise talisman, they knew that his identity was not fake. They also heard that it was an important matter, so they did not dare to stop him. However, they were afraid that letting him in without permission would anger Alang, so they followed him to the back of the mansion like a swarm of bees. "Lord Prime Minister, Wanrong offers you a bowl of wine. In the reception hall of the back of the mansion, some of the guests were composing poems, some snatched the musical instruments from the hands of the musicians and began to play, and some people were so happy that they sang and danced with the dancers in the hall. A tall and sturdy man took the opportunity to pick up the wine bowl and walked over to Li Zhaoda, who was stroking his beard and smiling. This man was called Sun Wanrong. His attire, his speech and intonation were exactly the same as that of a Han, but he was actually a Khitan man. In his early years, as a servant of the Khitan Day tribe, he entered the Tang dynasty as a hostage and lived in Chang'an and Luoyang for a long time, so he could speak Chinese very well. Now he had become the leader of the Khitan Day tribe, and was conferred the title of General of the Right Jade Palace Guards by the Tang dynasty, the provincial governor of Guiqing Prefecture, and was conferred the title of Duke of Yongla County. He was a vassal of the Tang dynasty. This time he had come to Luoyang to pay tribute. After paying tribute, he specially paid a visit to Li Zhaoda, hoping to become the prime minister's disciple and properly manipulate the situation to promote him. Sun Wanrong had not stayed in the Central Plains for so many years in vain. After he returned to his tribe and became the chief, he used the knowledge he had learned in the Central Plains to make the Day tribe even stronger, and now they had the strength to compete for the position of chief of the Khitan Tribal Alliance. Most of the chiefs of the Khitan tribes had received official positions from the original Tang dynasty or the current Great Zhou Emperor, so the ranks of the chiefs of the various tribes were about the same. If he could be promoted again, then he would be able to suppress the chiefs of the other tribes and have a greater chance of becoming the chief of the tribal alliance. The Khitan was a poor place. It could not compare to the ginseng, mink fur, winter pearls and so on from the Heishui brown jerchin to the east, nor could it compare to the various jewels and gold of the Turks and the western regions. In addition to paying tribute this time, in order to curry favor with Li Zhaoda, he scraped together everything he had and managed to scrape together 10 good horses, 100 sand fox skins, a pair of golden pork bellies and a pair of golden saddles from Korea, 100 winter pearls extorted from the Heishui brown, and 50 stalks of ginseng over 100 years old. Ginseng had been used by the people of China for a long time. It was mentioned in the inscriptions on bronze wares of the Yin and Shang dynasty. At that time, it was something that could be cast on utensils, so it was clear how important it was to the people of that time. In the Divine Farmer's 100 Herb Classic written at the end of the Warring States period, ginseng was also listed as a top-grade tonic. Li Zhaoda was already advanced in age, so he did not care much about worldly possessions, but these 50 stalks of old ginseng were very much to his liking. As soon as he saw Sun Wanrong approach with a bowl of wine in his hands, looking at him eagerly, Li Zhaoda understood his meaning and could not help but smile, saying, "Ever since you became the leader of the Dehi tribe, they have been coming to court every year, paying tribute every year. They are on good terms with our great Zhou, and their respect far exceeds that of the other tribes. They can be said to be the role model of the vassals, so the court should commend them. You don't have to worry about what you want, I will personally speak to the sage about it." Sun Wanrong was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him. Raising the bowl of wine, he said, "Wanrong toasts Prime Minister, wishing Prime Minister good health and longevity." Li Zhaoda chuckled and picked up the fine porcelain wine cup. Just as he was about to take a sip, he heard a commotion. The dancers and guests in the hall all stopped in surprise and turned their heads to look. Li Zhaoda frowned and unhappily put down the wine cup. He angrily said, "What's the commotion?" The people in the hall parted to the left and right, revealing a person standing in front of the hall. The many servants of the Prime Minister's residence below the hall did not dare to approach. Only one person mustered up the courage to report. "Ah Lang, this person claims to be the director of the Ministry of Justice and has an important matter to report to Ah Lang." He did not allow me to report and barged in. Only then did Yang Fan salute him and stiffly said, "Prime Minister Li, this lowly official has an important matter to report and came in a hurry." Please forgive this lowly official's offense. Even though Li Zhaoda was drunk, his mind was very clear. Seeing Yang Fan standing in the hall with a faint anger between his brows, he had already guessed the reason for his visit. Li Zhaoda waved his hand and ordered his family members, "All of you can leave." He then slowly stood up and smiled at the guests. "My friends, please enjoy the banquet and do not spoil the mood. Yang Longzhong has come to discuss something with this servant. This servant will go to the study room first. I will come back in a while to accompany my friends to drink." Only then did the guests of the Prime Minister's residence come to a sudden realization and resumed their relaxed smiles. They all saluted and flatteringly said, "Today is the Prime Minister's day off, but you are still concerned about the affairs of the country. You are truly an example to all the officials. Prime Minister, please go by yourself. There is no need to worry about us." Li Zhaoda smilingly saluted the guests and walked out of the reception hall. Yang Fan did not say much and only followed behind him. Li Zhaoda led him out of the reception hall and into the study room. As soon as he entered the study room, his expression changed abruptly. He slammed the table and shouted, "Yang Fan! How dare you! Time and time again, you have despised this Prime Minister and offended your superior. Do you think this old man cannot punish you?" Li Zhaoda's anger did not scare Yang Fan. He stood there like a spear and said in a deep voice, "Prime Minister Li is drunk." Li Zhaoda was startled and said angrily, "What does it have to do with you whether this old man is drunk or not?" A bloody shadow appeared in Yang Fan's eyes. He said word by word, "Drinking human blood can also make one drunk?" Chapter 491. Li Zhaoda's expression changed. "What do you mean?" Yang Fan said in a deep voice, "Lingnan Jade Mountain is now flowing with rivers of blood. Vengeful spirits are wailing and wandering the countryside. The Prime Minister is resting at home today with his friends, singing and dancing. You must know nothing about this?" Li Zhaoda would not lie in front of a junior. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, "I already know about this." Yang Fan raised his eyebrows. "Oh? The Prime Minister already knows. What does the Prime Minister plan to do?" Li Zhaoda said, "Wan Guojun fabricated a lie, claiming that the exiles rebelled and killed 317 innocent people on Jade Mountain. His intentions are reprehensible and he deserves death. I have already sent people to search for evidence of his crimes so that he can be brought to justice." Yang Fan nodded. "Good. The Prime Minister is experienced in planning for the country. Yang Fan is a young lad with the courage of blood and vigor. His ability to plan is not as good as the Prime Minister's. The Prime Minister's action is considered appropriate. But now the censorate has gone to Yunnan, Shu, Guizhou, Sichuan, Guangxi, and Lingnan. They are about to raise the butcher's knife again. Yang Fan would like to ask Master Li, as the Prime Minister, what plans do you have?" Li Zhaoda frowned. Wan Guojun wrote to the Emperor, saying that the exiles are resentful and have evil intentions. They are plotting to rebel. If they are not dealt with quickly, there will be a disaster. The sage is suspicious, so he sent the censorate officials to inspect the exiles and investigate the truth. What's wrong with this? What else do I need to plan? Yang Fan looked up to the sky and laughed coldly. Do you believe these words yourself, Mr. Li? Li Zhaoda's expression darkened. Yang Fan sneered. Master Li, you don't even believe it yourself, yet you want to use this reason to dismiss me. Aren't you deceiving yourself? Li Zhaoda slowly said, the censorate has been suppressed by us. If they retreat now, it will not be easy for us to get hold of their weakness and get rid of all these cruel officials. Now Wan Guojun is in a mess and made this stupid move to try to save the emperor. Little did they know that they had already offended all the civil and military officials of the imperial court. After this incident, the entire world would view them as an enemy. They were courting death. Yang Fan, the group of cruel officials in the censorate, is a hidden danger to the country. You and I have the same goal, We both want to get rid of this group of cruel officials and restore peace to the world. Now is our best chance. When they have done their evil deeds, the heavens will be angry and the people will resent them. By then, no one will be able to protect them. This is a chance bestowed to us by the heavens." Yang Fan's body trembled slightly as he said in a low voice, "Does Master Li really think so?" Heaven and earth were heartless, treating all living things like straw dogs. Could it be that in Li Xianggong's eyes, human lives were as insignificant as a blade of grass, a tree, a chicken, or a dog? Wan Guojun had killed 317 people on Jade Mountain, 317 people. Now that the censorate had turned out in full force, who knew how many more lives they would kill in Yunnan, Shu, Guizhou, Sichuan, Guangxi, and the entire Lingnan? People only see a group of big shots fighting in the imperial court. Who could see how many white bones were placed under their feet? How many innocent people had become their stepping stones? Li Xianggong wanted to wait until the group of cruel officials in the censorate had done their evil deeds to the extreme before bringing them to justice. Do you know how cold-blooded your decision is? When the common people of the world praise you, Li Xianggong, for being righteous and getting rid of evil, when the history books record how many evil deeds those cruel officials had done, and when you, Li Xianggong, executed the evil officials to the satisfaction of the people, when your name is recorded in the history books, perhaps no one knew that you had watched them do evil with your own eyes, condoned them to do evil, but can your heart be at ease? Li Zhaoda's eyebrows stood erect, his anger flared up, but when he met Yang Fan's eyes, his anger could not be vented. Nowadays, very few people dared to look directly at him, but this fifth-grade petty official in front of him dared. Not only did he dare to look directly at him, he even dared to question him. His eyes were as clear as water and as firm as ice. Looking at that pair of clear and firm eyes, which contained pain and sorrow, Li Zhaoda's prestige as an official was somewhat unable to be released. He let out a long sigh and slowly released the dignified air that gathered between his brows. In a deep voice he said, "Your Majesty's will is as firm as steel. Once you have made a decision, no one can dissuade you. I have no intention of condoning the evil officials to do evil, I just cannot stop them." Yang Fan sneered. Li Xianggong sat at home, laughing, watching the music and dancing, drinking and singing. He did not try at all, and you say you cannot stop them? Li Zhaoda said in a deep voice, "Is there a need to try? But when it comes to rebellion, the saint would rather kill the wrong person than let them go, don't you know? From before the establishment of the Great Zhou, to after the saint ascended the throne, how many families have been ruined, how many people have been thrown into prison, even you almost died in the censorate. The saint will not let off even if it is just a rumor, don't you know? Over all these years, how many good officials, princes and dukes have died in the hands of the cruel officials of the censorate? If this group of scourges is not eradicated, who knows how many more people will suffer in the future? So what if some people die today? To achieve great things, there must be sacrifices." Yang Fan questioned, "This is what you are thinking, isn't it? As long as you can achieve your goal, others can die as much as they want. You have never thought of saving them at all. If among those people were your family and friends, your parents, wife and children, would you still be able to say it so confidently, without feeling any pain or itch?" Presumptuous! Li Zhaoda finally could not restrain himself and roared at Yang Fan, "Do you know who is standing in front of you? I see your sincerity, that is why I have repeatedly forgiven your offense. Do not take an inch and take a mile. You are the only one in the entire imperial court who dares to speak to me like this. Do you really think that I cannot punish you?" Yang Fan said, "I know that the person standing in front of me is the great Zhou's Prime Minister, Prime Minister Li. I know that you, Prime Minister Li, have killed Wang Qingji, who tried to persuade the Crown Prince, used a scheme to depose the glorious Wu Qingxi, and not long ago, you even killed the censorate Ho Siji. If Prime Minister Li is angry, even if you kill me here today, the Emperor will only blame you a little. But I am still standing here, Yang Fan, not to offend Prime Minister Li's authority, nor to pretend to be a pleading minister for the people, to resist the powerful officials. I am here to beg you, Prime Minister Li, to turn the tide and take back those tigers and wolves, because in the entire imperial court, only you can do this. I have to come today. There are 310 vengeful spirits behind me, urging me to come. If I do not come, the vengeful spirits behind me will quickly increase to thousands, or even tens of thousands. Prime Minister Li, Yang Fan cannot bear the burden of tens of thousands of vengeful spirits, and neither can you. Li Zhaoda's pupils shrank, and after a moment of silence, his flustered appearance gradually faded. He laughed and sighed. Yang Longzhong is strong and resolute, and his fiery temperament is just like this old man in the past. Fine, then this old man will make a trip to the palace to see the Emperor. But don't have too much hope, it is impossible to succeed. Yang Fan said. If Prime Minister Li has this kind of thinking, then it is fine not to enter the palace. Before I met Prime Minister Li, someone advised me not to come. She said that I would not be able to convince Prime Minister Li. And now? Prime Minister Li has agreed to enter the palace. If Prime Minister Li can be as impassioned in front of the Emperor as Yang Fan is in front of Prime Minister Li, who knows if the Emperor will take back his order? Prime Minister Li has long had the idea that this matter cannot be done. How can Yang Fan dare to hope that Prime Minister Li can convince the Emperor? Li Zhaoda pursed his lips and said in a deep voice, "This old man is the Prime Minister, below only one, above tens of thousands of people. I have the responsibility to support the country, and my body is related to the safety of the world. How can I not be cautious?" Yang Fan's heart suddenly turned cold. Although he had finally persuaded Li Zhaoda to come forward to see the Emperor, Li Zhaoda was always calculating his own gains and losses. How could he wholeheartedly plead for those innocent people who were about to die? After all, he was a bureaucrat who had spent most of his life in the officialdom. He was cold-blooded, rational, and everything he did was based on weighing the gains and losses. This had become his instinct. If Li Zhaoda was not firm, how could he convince the Emperor? Yang Fan heavily spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and said in a low voice, "If that is so, I will have to trouble Prime Minister Li. Just now Yang offended you, but it was because I was worried about the lives and deaths of those people, and in a moment of desperation, I forgot my manners." He cupped his fists toward Li Zhaoda and said, "If Prime Minister Li can persuade His Majesty to change his mind this time, that would be the best. If not, Yang still has a matter to trouble Prime Minister. I must ask Prime Minister to help me." Hearing him say this, Li Zhaoda could not help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. He thought, as long as you don't force me to provoke the Emperor, it's fine. He hurriedly asked, "What is it?" Yang Fan said, "If it is really difficult to obtain the sage's approval to pursue the various imperial censors sent by the imperial envoy platform, then Prime Minister, no matter what, please ask the sage for another imperial edict." Li Zhaoda's expression tightened. "What imperial edict?" he asked. Yang Fan said, "The imperial envoy platform's cavalry is out everywhere, unscrupulous. Yunnan, Shu, Guizhou, Sichuan, Guangxi, Min, there are no less than tens of thousands of people. This time, I'm afraid they will all fall into their evil hands. If Prime Minister Li cannot persuade the Emperor to change his mind, then let's go with the flow. Ask the Son of Heaven to send another group of cavalry to patrol the people and investigate the truth of the rebellion. As the saying goes, if you listen to both sides, you will be enlightened. I believe that if Prime Minister Li makes this request, His Majesty will definitely agree." Li Zhaoda was a little surprised at first, but then he understood Yang Fan's meaning. He could not help but exclaim, "Send another group of cavalry, then it will be you?" Yang Fan nodded his head heavily. "That's right. Everyone knows that I am the Imperial Envoy platform's archenemy, and the people of the Imperial Envoy platform are even more clear about it. Is there anyone more suitable than me? Only if I go will they be worried that I will have something to use against them. Only then will they be more vigilant and restrain themselves, not daring to kill without any qualms. Li Zhaoda said in a deep voice, "You better think about this matter carefully. This matter involves a high-ranking position. No matter who is involved, the saints will not be lenient. You sympathize with the people. Even if you go under the guise of inspecting the people, you will inevitably find that the people are biased. Those imperial envoys are accustomed to fabricating something out of nothing and insinuating insinuations. Once they accuse you of being one of the rebels, you will be in a place of eternal damnation." Yang Fan said, "As the saying goes, it is easy to be an official if there is someone in the imperial court. The Imperial Envoy platform has turned out in full force. There is the Prime Minister in the Imperial Court. My life and death will be entrusted to the Prime Minister." Li Zhaoda stared fixedly at him for a long time. His eyebrows gradually rose. In a deep voice he shouted, "Good! Impressive ambition, outstanding heroism, such a young man, the old man is ashamed of his inferiority. Do as you please, as long as the old man is in the Imperial Court, I will not let a word of greed slander you." Chapter 492. It had to be said that Li Zhaoda was very efficient. After Yang Fan left, Li Zhaoda immediately ended the banquet and entered the palace to see the emperor. Among all the civil and military officials in the court, Wu Zetian favored Li Zhaoda alone. Hearing that Li Zhaoda wanted to see her, Wu Zetian immediately had Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi, who were serving on the couch, leave. She dressed neatly and received him solemnly. Li Zhaoda and Wu Zetian met for about an hour. Then Li Zhaoda left the palace. At the same time, he brought with him an imperial edict, announcing that Yang Fan would be the inspecting ambassador to the various provinces to inspect the Luren. This imperial edict of Yang Fan was a proper imperial edict. Without going through the Hall of Governmental Affairs, the emperor's edict was equally effective because local officials rarely dared to defy edicts. However, without going through the Hall of Governmental Affairs, the imperial edict was legally illegal. It was not proper to call it an imperial edict. Later on, Emperor Zongzong of the Tang dynasty did not go through the Hall of Governmental Affairs and issued his own edict to confer officials. However, that so-called imperial edict did not dare to use a level title. It was changed to a slanted title to show the difference. The word imperial also did not dare to use a red brush and used an ink brush instead. In the end, the officials that were conferred were called slanted titles by others. In the end, it was not righteous enough. The group of imperial censors in the imperial censorate received the emperor's edict and did not go through the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Because this edict of Yang Fan was requested by Li Zhaoda, after the emperor used the seal, he immediately returned to the Hall of Governmental Affairs and stamped it with his own seal. Therefore, it was the most proper court order. The older one was in Jianghu, the more timid they became. Li Zhaoda was now only under one person and above millions. Although he was still loyal to Li Tang and hated evil, he could not help but start to consider his own personal interests when he did things. After he saw the emperor, he did not even try to recall the imperial censors in the imperial censorate. Instead, he directly suggested to the emperor to send another group of people to inspect the Luren. Li Zhaoda looked as if he was thinking for Wu Zetian's sake. He listed the censorate's previous misdeeds of covering up the truth with one hand and deceiving the superiors and subordinate. He was worried that this time when they went to inspect the Lu people, they would abuse their power for personal gain and harm the innocent people. He suggested that the emperor should send another group of officials who were not part of the censorate's faction to inspect the Lu people's rebellion to prevent anyone from deceiving the emperor. Li Zhaoda looked like he was wholeheartedly planning for the empress, and Wu Zetian's words were indeed pleasing to the ear, so she readily agreed. Perhaps Li Xiaoda also felt that doing this would be somewhat shameful to Yang Fan, so when he asked for the imperial edict, he did his best to fight for a great deal of power for Yang Fan. He fought for a brigade of imperial guards to accompany him on patrol. This was a special honor that the previous imperial envoys who patrolled local public security did not have. The imperial edict was sent to the Ministry of Justice. The edict said that the disciplinary officer Yang Fan, the commandant officer Sun Yuxuan, and the supervising censor Hu Yuanli were to inspect the Lu people. Yang Fan was to be the inspecting ambassador, and Sun Yuxuan and Hu Yuanli were to be the inspecting deputy inspectors. In addition, Yang Fan was allowed to bring the imperial edict to the Longwu guards and transfer a brigade of guards to accompany him. Sun Yuxuan was a member of the Ministry of Justice, and the supervising censor Hu Yuanli was a member of the right censorate. These two people were the enemies of the left censorate. With these two people as his assistants, they would definitely not hold Yang Fan back. Moreover, with these two people accompanying him, Yang Fan's every move would have witnesses. It would not be easy for others to falsely accuse Yang Fan of being a traitor. As soon as Yang Fan saw the imperial edict, he knew that this was Li Xiaoda's care for him. Regardless of whether or not Li Xiaoda had recalled the ruthless officials and argued in front of the emperor, with Li Xiaoda's unyielding, unkind, and domineering personality, it was already a great care for him to do these things. The daily affairs of the Ministry of Justice had always been Chun Dong's responsibility. Chun Dong was a man who had a desire for power and profit, but he also had a sense of ambition. When he discovered that not only did Yang Fan not deprive him of his power, but he also allowed him to be like a fish in water, making it easier for him to display his strengths, he firmly stepped onto Yang Fan's pirate ship and formed an unbreakable alliance with Yang Fan. Now that Yang Fan wanted to leave the capital, there was no need to hand anything over to him. He only needed to say a word. Yang Fan notified Qin Dong and then went to see Minister Dou Lu. For something as important as leaving the capital, he had to see the officials of the Yamen and give them an explanation. It's hard to write. Sun Yuxuan received the imperial edict in high spirit. In his view, leaving the capital this time, no matter where he went, it would be better than being buried in that pile of documents that would never be finished. He confidently threw the mountainous pile of documents in his hands to the pitiful Duguan Yuanweilong, and then tossed aside his brush and rushed off to see Dou Lu Qinwang. Minister Dou Lu knew that it was Li Xiaoda's intention for Yang Fan to leave the capital, so he naturally opened the door for Yang Fan and Sun Yuxuan. The handover of the Ministry of Justice went smoothly, and they could leave the capital early the next morning. After receiving a definite answer from Minister Dou Lu, Yang Fan immediately returned to the Ministry of Justice and began to pack. Anu had long received the news. Seeing that Yang Fan was packing, she anxiously followed, her large eyes flashing as she looked at Yang Fan. Yang Fan saw that she was following him in circles. She didn't have her usual liveliness, and she didn't have the coquettish tantrum she had when they were alone. She was as obedient as a child whose parents were about to go on a long journey. He couldn't help but look at her strangely and said, "Why are you following me around? Aren't you going to pack?" Anu was overjoyed and excitedly said, "Are you going to take me? I thought you were going to keep me in the capital." Anu cheered and ran behind the screen. Anu usually disguised herself as a servant, and stayed at the Ministry of Justice at night. The tatami behind the screen in Yang Fan's office for afternoon naps was her small bed at night, and there were also some things that only women used. Hey, before Yang Fan finished a sentence, Anu twisted her slender waist and flashed behind the screen. Yang Fan thought for a moment, shook his head lightly, and continued to pack the things on the desk. In the backyard of the Yang family, flowers were in full bloom in the garden. In the middle of the flowers there was a beauty couch. The beauty couch was covered with a thin quilt. Xiao Man was lying on her side on the couch, using a round fan to gently cover her face, letting the warm spring light shine on her body. She was half asleep and half awake, very comfortable. The strange fragrance of flowers filled the entire garden. There were butterflies fluttering among the flowers, and there were dragonflies flying over the budding flowers on the pond, flying into the flowers to join in the fun. I caught one. The third sister ran to Xiao Man happily, holding a red dragonfly in her hand. Xiao Man didn't allow them to catch butterflies, but the little girl was very playful. Seeing the butterflies fluttering around her, she felt a little itchy. The mistress didn't allow her to catch butterflies, so she caught dragonflies instead. The third sister ran to Xiao Man with the red dragonfly in her hand and said with a smile, "Madam, look. Well, it's very cute." Xiao Man smiled and said, "Take a gauze net to wrap it up. When it's fresh, let it go. It's also a little life, don't waste it to death." "Yes." The third sister agreed crisply and happily went to find the gauze net. Xiao Man gently stroked her bulging belly and smiled slightly at the back of the third sister. Since she was pregnant, her heart was much softer, and she didn't even want to hurt a little dragonfly. A little life was being born in her belly. The child was still small, but she could occasionally feel the movement of the fetus in her belly. It was a very wonderful feeling. She knew that her little baby was growing day by day in her belly. She often fantasized about the appearance of the child when it was born. When she thought of it, there was an indescribable satisfaction and joy in her heart. Every time Sister Wan came out of the palace, she would find a way to run home, but not to see Yang Fan. Most of the time, she stayed by her side and looked at her belly enviously. Every time Xiao Man saw Wan stroking her belly, she couldn't help but laugh with fear and trepidation. When she laughed, her belly would tremble, and then Wan would be very nervous. It seemed that if she laughed a little louder, she would scare the little baby in her belly. At this time, Xiao Man had a sincere sense of pride. She was grateful that God had given her a perfect husband, a complete family, and a lovely baby. The flowers parted, and Yang Fan passed through the middle. Although the Yang family was now considered a well-behaved family, Yang Fan was the most unruly one in the family. He rarely walked around the flower paths, but directly walked through the flowers, covered in pollen, and sometimes even got a few petals on him. "Lang Jun, why are you back so early today?" As soon as she saw Yang Fan, a sweet and happy smile appeared on Xiao Man's face. She wanted to sit up, but Yang Fan hurried forward and supported her, saying, "Slow down. You're always so impatient. You still have a child in your belly." Xiao Man wrinkled her nose and said angrily, Child. Ever since I had a child, Lang Jun talks about the child and doesn't care about me anymore." Yang Fan laughed and said, "What are you talking about? As a mother, are you jealous of your own child?" Xiao Man made a face at him and said with a smile, "Of course. My baby needs to be in pain, but Lang Jun can't stop loving Xiao Man after you have a baby." "How can I not be in pain?" Yang Fan scratched her nose, sat down beside her, gently put his arm around her shoulder, and asked, "Is the baby naughty today?" Xiao Man beamed and said, "Yes, he was just punching and kicking inside. At first glance, I can tell that he's not a quiet little guy. Why did you come back so early today?" Yang Fan said, "I was just about to say." He pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, "Originally, you were pregnant and I shouldn't have left your side. But now something big has happened, and I have to leave the capital." Yang Fan told the whole story to Xiao Man. Xiao Man already knew what had happened in the Peach Blossom Village that year, and she knew that it was her husband's eternal pain. Now, her husband felt the same way about what had happened to these people. Moreover, the reason why these cruel officials were like this was because they were forced by her husband to do something desperate. He felt very guilty in his heart. Hearing him talk about the people who had been killed and heard that there were babies in swaddling clothes among them, Xiao Man, who was about to become a mother, felt so sad that she wanted to cry. She said in a low voice, "Lang Jun, just go. Do what you have to do. I'm fine at home. It's not like there's no one to take care of me. You don't have to worry. Yang Fan shook his head and said, No, that's not what I mean. You know, I'm planning to deal with young Master Jiang. According to my original plan, I have to make arrangements for you in the near future. Now I have to leave the capital to fight with those cruel officials. If I'm not careful, I'll suffer a great loss from them. I have to make arrangements for you in advance. Xiao Man asked doubtfully, Lang Jun, do you mean? Chapter 493. Yang Fan asked, You said that Miss Gongsun is now living in Chang'an? Yes, why? Xiao Man answered. Yang Fan said, I remember you said that you and Miss Gongsun are like sisters. At that time, I thought that maybe I could let you live there temporarily. Shin Mu is also in Chang'an, so he can take care of you nearby. I believe that with the power of Aunt Pei's family and Shin Mu's power, your safety can be guaranteed. In this way, I can fight without any worries. Xiao Man was a little surprised. Since Yang Fan was not in the capital, it was not a big deal for her to go to Chang'an. Moreover, she had not seen Miss and Aunt Pei for many years. She really missed them. But when she thought of Yang Fan's arrangement, it was obvious that there would be many dangers, so she had to be prepared in advance. Xiao Man became worried. Seeing her expression, Yang Fan hurriedly smiled and said, Don't think so much. It's not that dangerous. It's just that, the last time I was imprisoned for no reason made me vigilant. This arrangement is just a precaution. If I can't defeat those ruthless officials and end up in their hands, I won't have to be trampled on by them while you're in Chang'an. If things don't work out, I can just leave. Xiao Man gently nodded and leaned her head on his shoulder. She whispered, I'll listen to elder brother's arrangement. But, if something really happens, what about Sister Wan or? Yang Fan whispered, Most of the time when you encounter some things, you must make a choice. As long as you have a choice, there will be gains and losses. How can you have everything all at once? Don't worry, if that day really comes, we will think of another way. At this time, Mo Xuanfei's voice sounded in the distance, Ah Lang. Ah Lang. Xiao Man said angrily, This Mo Xuanfei is getting more and more outrageous. I already said that no one is allowed to enter the backyard, but he ran in again. Yang Fan got up and said, This kid is usually very law-abiding. Maybe something big happened. I'll go take a look. Yang Fan got up and walked out. Before he had taken a few steps, Mo Xuanfei ran over through the flowers. Garden paths should always be built in a zigzag way, so as to create artistic conception and interest. Logically speaking, Yang Fan should be the only man in the Yang family's back garden, and only Yang Fan would dare to walk through the flowers unscrupulously. But now, Mo Xuanfei had violated both of them. Even though Xiao Man was generous to her subordinates and always had a gentle temperament, this time she was also somewhat unhappy. She raised her voice and scolded, Xiao Xuanzi. Why are you so rude? Ah, lady, ouch. Only then did Mo Xuanfei realize that he had knocked down a bunch of flowers and plants in a hurry. He hurriedly tried to avoid it, but he lost his balance and sat down on a bunch of flowers and plants. Yang Fan smiled and said, All right, be more refined, lest the baby learns his mother's rudeness. Sit down, I'll ask him. His words were more effective than anything else. Xiao Man sat down quickly. She was really afraid that the baby in her belly would find that his mother was not gentle enough when she showed off her power. Yang Fan reached out to pull Mo Xuanfei up and asked, Don't be so impatient. What happened? Only then did Mo Xuanfei remember and hurriedly said, Ah Lang, go to the front hall quickly. The Emperor's imperial edict is coming to our house. Yang Fan asked curiously, Imperial edict? The Emperor's imperial edict? Mo Xuanfei nodded repeatedly and was very excited. Not everyone was qualified to receive the Emperor's imperial edict. Mo Xuanfei was so excited that he was almost speechless. The chief steward is in the living room with you. A eunuch from the palace came and said that the Emperor's imperial edict is for you. Xiao Man, who was sitting on the couch pretending to be a gentle lady, suddenly stood up. She had been in the palace for many years and knew more than Emotionfei. Most of the emperor's imperial edicts were issued to a certain yamen or a certain government order. Occasionally they were directed to individuals, but they were mostly appointments or dismissals. It was rare for an imperial edict to be directed to a specific person, and it was even rarer if it was an imperial edict. Although Xiao Man was surprised, she did not panic. Since it was an imperial edict, it was unlikely to involve important matters of the court. It was likely to be a relatively private matter. However, even when Lang Jun was on duty in the palace, he was not a close minister of the emperor. He was neither a close minister of the emperor nor a member of the royal family. What imperial edict did the emperor give him? When Yang Fan heard that the emperor's imperial edict had arrived, he did not dare to neglect it. He hurriedly agreed and hurried to the front hall. In the front hall, the old steward of the Yang mansion was respectfully accompanying the guest from the palace. When he saw Ah Lang, he was relieved. Yang Fan looked at the person and found that it was an old acquaintance. It was Eunuch Gao from the palace. He had known him when he first served in the palace. Yang Fan quickly cupped his hands and said, "Eunuch Gao, long time no see." Ha 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 ha! Eunuch Gao laughed before saying anything. His trademark duck voice, ha ha, sounded for a while. He laughed and said, "Yes, yes, long time no see. When I first saw Erlang, I felt that Erlang would have a great future. You see, there are many young fifth-rank officials in the capital, but 90% of them rely on their fathers to inherit their positions. Those like Erlang who rely on their own ability can be counted on one hand. Among the handful of people, Erlang was the only one who held such power." Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Eunuch Gao is flattering me. Yang Fan accompanied Eunuch Gao and laughed for a while. Then he said, "Eunuch Gao has worked hard. I wonder if the sage has any edict." Eunuch Gao said, "Oh." He took out an imperial edict from his sleeve and handed it to Yang Fan. He said, "This is everyone's secret edict. I won't read it. Erlang, take it and read it yourself." Yang Fan took it with both hands, opened it and read it. He was stunned. Eunuch Gao said with a smile, "Erlang, how is it? At least give me a message, so that I can answer everyone when I return to the palace." Yang Fan came to his senses and put away the edict. He cupped his hands and said, "Yang Fan understands. I will respect the sage's edict." Eunuch Gao nodded and said with a smile, "That's good. Erlang, I will go back to the palace." At this time, the eunuchs didn't have that much power and didn't dare to show off outside. Yang Fan stuffed him with some money for running errands and saw the old eunuch out of the mansion. He didn't return to the mansion and just stood outside the mansion in a daze. Emotionfei poked his head out of the door and saw Ah Lang in deep thought. He did not dare to disturb him. After a few times, Yang Fan suddenly said, "Xuanfei." Emotionfei hurriedly stepped out of the door and answered, "Ah Lang." Yang Fan said, "Bring the horse, I'm going out. Tell Madam that I'm just going to take care of a small matter. Tell her not to worry." Emotionfei quickly agreed. He went back to saddle Yang Fan's horse and led it out of the mansion. Yang Fan mounted the horse and left. Shangshan Square, Princess Taiping's mansion. Yang Fan slowly put down his arm and the heavy red lacquer door was slammed shut. Princess Taiping was not in the mansion. It was almost dusk, but the princess was not in the mansion? Yang Fan did not believe it. He thought that the princess was avoiding him. But what could he do? He had just broken into the Prime Minister's mansion, and now, he was going to break into the princess's mansion? Even Xue Huai had never done such an arrogant thing. Most importantly, the emperor had issued a decree. What was done could not be undone. Even if he found the princess, what could he do? The edict that Eunuch Gao brought over was not an official imperial edict, and it did not contain any official language. It was just a piece of paper that Wu Zetian had casually pulled over and written a few words. It was truly a private matter. In the imperial decree, Wu Zetian said that Princess Taiping wanted to go to Chang'an to worship the ancestors. She asked Yang Fan to escort her there and then inspect the various roads. Chang'an was where Li Tang's ancestral temple and mausoleum were located. After Wu Zetian ascended the throne and changed the Tang to Zhou, she built 7 temples of the Wu family in Luoyang. As for the Li family's ancestral temple in Chang'an, it was renamed Xiangde Temple, and was used to worship the 3 founding emperors of the Tang dynasty. Although Wu Zhou destroyed Tang and established itself, there was an inseparable relationship between the two. Wu Zetian's father-in-law was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, her husband was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, and her son was also the emperor of the Tang dynasty. She could not deny this relationship. In addition, she was harsh to the living of Li Tang's royal family, but very generous to the dead. Preserving the ancestral temple of Li Tang was a moral thing to do. In this way, it could show the world that Zhou and Tang were one. It could also appease the royal family and the old officials of Li Tang, and ease the pressure from all levels. However, the ancestral temple of Wu Zhou in Luoyang never missed 4 ceremonies a year. The Xiangde Temple in Chang'an was only held when it was remembered, and the ceremony was not grand. Now that Wu Zetian wanted to worship the ancestral temple, she was old and the emperor who had usurped Tang. It was impossible for her to go. Crown Prince Li Dan and Prince of Luling Li Xian of Fangzhou were both under house arrest, so Princess Taiping could only go. If Li Tang's ancestral temple did not offer sacrifices for a long time, it would inevitably attract gossip. However, even if they did offer sacrifices, they could not do it with great fanfare. They had to eliminate the influence of Li Tang unknowingly. In this way, it was reasonable for Princess Taiping to keep a low profile during her trip to Chang'an. "But why do you want me to escort you?" I said. "Even if you have good intentions, don't stop me." Yang Fan clenched his teeth, full of anger. Previously, Princess Taiping had tried to stop him from going to Li Zhaoda's mansion. Now, the emperor's decree ordering him to inspect the world had just come down, and Princess Taiping had invited the Mother Empress and issued this decree. It was clear that she did not want to give up and wanted to use this to keep him by her side. She did not want him to take such a big risk and cause trouble. The censors of the censorate had gone to different places, but Yang Fan only had one group. If he went all the way, he would not be able to attend to one thing and lose sight of another. He did not know if he could stop those cruel officials from harming people. Now Princess Taiping wanted to use this method to protect him. She wanted him to escort her to Chang'an, and so that he could stay out of the rebellion. It was a good plan and it was indeed for his sake. But this involved countless lives. Yang Fan looked up to the sky and sighed. He disappointedly got on his horse and rode out of the square. He had just walked out of the alley where the princess mansion was located when a group of guards of honor suddenly came in front of him. Yang Fan looked up and saw the official banners on the carriage. The left banner was Taiping and the right banner was Princess. More than 10 guards in black robes and armed with sabers were guarding a green oil cleaning carriage. It was Princess Taiping's carriage. Chapter 494. Princess Taiping rarely went out with such a formal guard of honor, unless it was to enter the palace. Could it be that Princess Taiping had just returned from the palace? This time, it confirmed Yang Fan's suspicion towards her. Yang Fan's anger surged and he immediately raised his horse to meet them. Seeing someone riding a horse and not giving way, the guards of the princess's residence immediately held the hilt of their knives. But when they looked closely, they recognized that the person was Yang Fan and they couldn't help but be startled. The groundless story between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping had been spread to the outside world. The guards of Princess Taiping were also confident that it was true. Especially after the last time when Princess Taiping stopped Yang Fan and the two of them met in the carriage, they no longer had any doubts. Now that they saw Yang Fan coming over aggressively, he was probably a bit unhappy. So should they stop him or not? If they didn't stop him, it would be a dereliction of duty. But if they did, they were afraid that their efforts would be in vain. The little lovers would fight at the head of the bed and reconcile at the end of the bed. At that time, they would be in a lovey-dovey situation. While the guards were hesitating, Yang Fan had already passed through their ranks and went straight to the front of the carriage. Su Hao saw him coming over and hurriedly pulled the reins. The Chui Wa oil cleansing carriage stopped in the middle of the road. A little girl dressed in white opened the curtain of the sedan and walked out. She put her hands on her waist and said in a silly voice, "Are you home?" "Why are you?" Seeing the fire-breathing dragon like Yang Fan, the little girl turned around and quickly climbed back into the carriage. She recognized this man. She remembered that day when she was massaging Her Highness the Princess' legs in the Juiyu Pavilion. This man came over aggressively and the princess told her to leave. The little girl had never seen anyone who dared to have an audience with Her Highness like that. When she walked past this man with small steps, she almost fell into the pond. Today she saw this man again. His eyes were spitting fire, his nostrils flared, and he seemed even angrier than the last time. The curtain of the sedan was lifted and Princess Taiping's face peeked out. Seeing Yang Fan, Princess Taiping suddenly revealed a happy expression, but seeing Yang Fan's angry expression, Princess Taiping couldn't help but restrain her smile. She turned her head and said something to the carriage. The little girl came out and sat next to the coachman Su Hao. She timidly looked at Yang Fan and clenched her small fists, looking somewhat afraid. The curtain of the sedan chair was gently lifted, a golden hook was hanging on the curtain cage. Princess Taiping was sitting quietly in the carriage with her hands folded on her knees. Her posture was elegant and noble, like a lotus flower coming out of the water. It seemed like an invitation was silently transmitted to Yang Fan's ears. Yang Fan dismounted from the horse, boarded the carriage, and let down the curtain. The carriage was very wide, and there was a cushion at the door. Yang Fan sat on the cushion, put his hands on his knees, and said stiffly, "The Emperor has just issued an imperial edict. He wants me to escort the princess to Chang and to worship the temple, and then go to various places to inspect the people. Is this the princess's idea?" Princess Taiping's eyes suddenly lit up, as if there were two clusters of fire starting to burn in her eyes. Her voice also became stiff. "Are you asking me or questioning me?" "Of course I am asking you." "Ha! You are asking me?" "Returning to Chang and to worship the temple, why didn't you ask the emperor who issued the imperial edict, or the Zongjing temple who is in charge of the ancestral temple, but you asked me? You have long believed that this is my arrangement, right? The imperial family wants your highness to go to Chang and to worship the temple. Who can't escort you? How is it possible that just after you ordered me to inspect the people of Zhu Daolu, you immediately gave me an imperial edict to escort your highness to Chang'an? You tried to stop me from seeing Li Zhaoda last time, and now you want to use this to keep me here, right?" Princess Taiping had a strange expression on her face. She stared at him for a long time and suddenly laughed. She nodded lightly and said, "Erlang is smart and quick-witted. I can't hide it from you. That's right, I was the one who asked the Empress. So what?" "So what?" Yang Fan became even angrier. "Do you really think I don't know the danger? Yang Fan is not an illiterate boor. I have read a few history books. Since ancient times, as long as there is a disturbance caused by a rebellion, it must be a reign of terror. No matter if it is a wise ruler or an incapable ruler, they have never been ambiguous on this issue, and they have never minded killing. I know this. The words of the substitute warrior Lu have caused the emperor's fear. Whoever wants to interfere in this matter, one careless move will bring disaster upon themselves. I also know this. You care about me, don't want me to put myself in danger, and do everything you can to stop me. It is for my own good. I still know this, but why don't you know my character? How can you decide for me what I should do?" Princess Taiping's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the two clusters of flames seemed to be about to burst out of her eyes. However, A layer of mist suddenly appeared and quickly shrouded her eyes, making them soften, like a pair of pearls in the mist. She smiled. It was a bitter smile, and it felt like her heart was broken. Taiping smiled and said, "Why?" "Because I asked for the imperial edict. Now that the imperial edict has been issued, you have to send me to Chang'an, whether you are willing or not. Otherwise, what else can you do? Leave the Zhou dynasty and become a wanderer, a Jianghu person who breaks the law with martial arts? In that case, even if you don't sleep or rest, and run for your life, how many people can you save?" Yang Fan shouted angrily, "I only ask you, why do you want to do this?" "Because I am cheap." Princess Taiping's body trembled violently. She clenched her fists tightly, and her joints became snow white. "Because I know that you don't like me, but I still like to pester you. I know that the more I want to stall you, and not let you put yourself in danger, the more you will hate me. But I do it without any regrets. Tell me, if this is not cheap, then what is?" She tried hard to raise her face, not allowing the tears in her eyes to condense into water droplets. Her snow-white cheeks were so delicate that they could be broken by the wind. Her slightly raised expression had a kind of arrogance that was cultivated from a young age. This arrogance especially made Yang Fan angry. Yang Fan's expression became cold, and so did his voice. "Good. I came here today to inform Your Highness that Your Highness should prepare tonight, and we will leave early tomorrow morning. Your Highness is delicate and noble, and may not be able to bear the bumpy road. But since the escort is arranged by me, it will be hard on the road. Princess, it is better to travel light." Yang Fan turned around, and lifted the curtain of the sedan chair with one hand. Without turning his head, he said, "Princess, it is better to bring less things. The more you take, the more you can save. Heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. Your Highness, please, accumulate some virtue." Yang Fan coldly left these words and walked away. His voice did not carry a trace of emotion, and not even a little bit of anger could be felt. This scared Taiping more than a sudden burst of anger, because his anger at least meant that he cared about her. But now he was so calm and indifferent, which could only mean that she no longer existed in his heart. The conversation in the carriage was clearly transmitted to the front. Su Haud sat quietly in the front seat, as if he did not hear a word. Some things really should not be heard by him. The little girl in white sat next to him and turned her head, as if she wanted to ask him something. But seeing his expression, the little girl cleverly closed her mouth. With a neigh and galloping horses, Yang Fan swaggered away. Princess Taiping sat in the carriage, listening to the fading sound of the horses' hooves. 2 lines of hot tears rolled down her cheeks. Late at night, the Yang residence was still busy. Ah Lang and his wife were about to leave Luoyang, so there were a lot of preparations to be done. When she learned that they were going to move to Chang'an, Xiaoman hurriedly found the shopkeepers of each shop and made a careful arrangement. Although it was a little rushed, fortunately, Xiaoman had been concentrating on taking care of the shops these days. Under her arrangement, each shop had a set of mature and perfect procedures, so there would be no problem even if the master was not here for the time being. Even so, just dealing with the business had dragged on until very late. In the end, all the shopkeepers had dinner at the Yang family's residence before they left before the curfew. In the evening, Su family's car shop also sent a large car. This large car was custom-made by Yang Fan from their place. Su's carriage was the best carriage in Luoyang. The long-distance carriages they made were suitable for all kinds of road conditions. The carriages were strong and flexible, and they added a lot of shock absorption measures. So much so that the name Anti-Yu's boat was named after Anti-Yu. The name of this carriage was also named after their owner, which meant that it was an achievement in the industry. The carriage of Su's carriage was called Wooden Fish Carriage because the owner of this carriage was surnamed Su, Sumu. Muyu's carriage was called Wooden Fish Carriage by the common people. The carriage that Yang Fan custom-made was for a pregnant woman, so when Yang Fan custom-made it, He specially added 30% of the wages, and repeatedly emphasized that the carriage must be smooth and light. Because of Yang Fan's high status, Su's carriage did not dare to neglect him. Su Muyu, who had not personally made a carriage for a long time and only let her apprentice do the work, made the carriage herself this time. With the proficient car-making skills of Su's carriage, it usually only took 10 days to make a carriage, but this long-distance carriage made by shopkeeper Su took 2.5 months. The carriage was sent to the Yang mansion, and Mo Xuanfei curiously got on the carriage to test it. Sure enough, it was like walking on flat ground. He deliberately turned the carriage over the steps, and the carriage's left wheel rolled up and down a stone step, but he did not feel much vibration. Under his buttocks was a hard leather seat, and the carriage was padded with a soft and thick fur blanket. One could imagine how comfortable it was. Not only was the carriage specially made, but Yang Fan also asked shopkeeper Su to help him buy 2 tamed horses that were used to walking on the Guangzhong road. Seeing the carriage, Xiaoman believed that her Langjun had planned to send her to Chang'an for a long time, and it was not a temporary idea because of the Lingnan murder case. In that case, her husband's trip to the capital might not be as dangerous as she had imagined. Xiaoman was relieved. Under the candlelight, Yang Fan and Xiaoman snuggled together and said softly, "Everyone in the family can stay, except Tao Mei and third sister. They are your people, so you can get used to them. In addition, when I leave this time, it is not good for Nu to continue staying in the Ministry of Justice. I will let her accompany you to Chang'an, so that she can take care of you." Xiaoman said strangely, "His Majesty ordered you to escort the princess to Chang'an. Since the princess is also going to Chang'an, aren't we going together? Why do you need to tell me so much?" Chapter 495. Yang Fan shook his head and said, "We can't go together. The Emperor has ordered me to escort the princess, so during this journey, when to rest, when to hurry, the arrangement of security, the local officials, and other matters should be arranged by me. I have to hurry. You are pregnant and can't be bumpy. I'll let a Nu accompany you." Xiaoman knew something about the mess between Yang Fan and Princess Taiping. She sighed softly, agreed, and didn't say anything more. She was a smart woman and knew that her husband had a lot of troubles in his heart. She didn't want to add to his worries. Yang Fan held her hand and said with a gentle smile, "Go to Chang'an and stay there. There are still 4 months before you give birth. I will be able to go back before our baby is born and stay by your side." Xiaoman was in a good mood at the mention of the child. She nodded and snuggled into her husband's arms. There was a gentle and sweet smile on her face. At this time, Tao Mei called softly outside the door, "Ah Lang, we have a visitor at night. He is waiting in the front hall." What? When Yang Fan heard this, he felt very strange. It was already curfew. Who else could come to visit? Yang Fan hurried to the front hall and saw a person sitting in the hall. He stood up as soon as he saw him. The candles in the hall were bright and reflected the person's face clearly. Yang Fan was surprised when he saw the person and said, "It's you." Yang Fan didn't remember his name, but he knew his identity. This person was Princess Taiping's coachman. Yang Fan had seen him more than once. Since it was him, it was not surprising that this person could visit after curfew. As long as there were rules, there must be people who could not abide by them. A waste token of the princess's mansion was not something that the patrolling Jean Wu and the patrolling Marquis Wu dared to offend. "Doctor, can I have a word with you?" Su Haud said to Yang Fan and walked out of the hall without waiting for him to answer. Yang Fan followed him to a big tree in the corner of the courtyard and asked, "Did Her Highness send you?" Su Haud didn't reply. Instead, he turned around and threw a heavy punch. It seemed that this Su Haud was also a martial artist. His fist whistled through the air, but unfortunately, it was still not enough in front of Yang Fan. Yang Fan's right leg, which had just taken a step forward, quickly touched the ground, and his body leaned back. The fist missed by a hair's breadth and flew past the tip of his nose. Su Hao stepped forward and bent his elbow to strike Yang Fan's throat. Yang Fan reached out with both hands, one clasped, one pulled, and the other flung. Su Hao lost his balance, his body spun several times, and then he fell to the ground. Mo Xuanfei and the other servants in the courtyard saw that the guest was attacking their master and immediately rushed over. Yang Fan shouted, "Stand down!" Then he took a step forward and said to Su Hao in a deep voice, "This is also what Her Highness ordered you to do?" Su Hao saw that his sneak attack was not Yang Fan's match, and now that Yang Fan was on guard, it was even more impossible. Su Hao didn't try anymore. He got up and glared at Yang Fan, saying fiercely, "Do you always think you're so smart? In your eyes, Her Highness is a cold-blooded, ruthless, and shameless woman?" Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and said, "So, you're acting on your own to fight for your master?" Su Hao said in a deep voice, "That's right. Her Highness doesn't know that I'm here today. If Her Highness knows, she will definitely punish me severely. Maybe she will even send me to Mount Mang to be a farmer. But I still want to come. I can't let a self-righteous fool like you treat the princess' kindness as malicious intent again and again." Yang Fan frowned and didn't say anything. Su Hao said, "Do you know where we came from when you came back from the princess' residence? We came from the palace. Are you going to think that Her Highness came back from the palace because she went to the palace and begged His Majesty to let you accompany her to Chang and to worship the ancestors? Ha ha ha, I really don't understand why Her Highness favors you so much, you bastard. Do you think Her Highness is very idle as a princess? That's right, Her Highness has schemed against many people, and it's all to scheme against them. If there's anyone in this world that Her Highness never schemed against, and wholeheartedly cared for, it's only you. Why do you have such a bad impression of the princess? Let me tell you, the princess only entered the palace after receiving His Majesty's edict ordering her to go to Chang and to worship the ancestors. The reason why the princess entered the palace was because the edict stated that you were to escort Her Highness to Chang'an. Her Highness knew that you had something important to do and didn't want to delay you, so she entered the palace to ask for permission for you. Unfortunately, the Emperor had already made up his mind, and Her Highness couldn't convince her. Her Highness tried her best, but still couldn't change the Emperor's mind. Only then did she return to her own residence. In the end, halfway there, you came to denounce me. You're amazing. In all these years, Her Highness only cried when Prince Consort Shui starved to death in prison, but you made Her Highness cry over you again and again." Yang Fan was stunned. After a while, he asked, "Why, when I asked her, she didn't explain?" Su Hao said, "I don't know why the princess didn't explain, but I feel that Her Highness really doesn't need to explain to you. Would someone as pretentious as you believe Her Highness's explanation? She won't be humiliated by you again. Surnamed Yang, what virtue or ability do you have? You're not worthy of the princess." Yang Fan stood there in a daze. The stars were sparse, and the cold night reflected on his face. It was impossible to see what kind of expression he had on his face. His expression was even darker than the night. Su Hao patted the dust off his body and said to Yang Fan, "I came here today to tell you not to think so badly of Her Highness. Her Highness's heart is much cleaner than yours." He walked a few steps, then stopped and coldly said, "Also, it's not only me who is angry, the 8 guardian deities are even angrier. You better be careful." Yang Fan said in astonishment, 8 guardian deities? Su Hao said, "Haven't you already experienced their startling horse martial arts? When the princess was married at the age of 16, they were the princess's dowry and have always been the closest people to the princess. Don't think that your martial arts are amazing. If you really fight, you're definitely not a match for the 8 of them. When I came, the 8 guardian deities told me to pass you a message." "What message?" "If you make the princess sad again, I'll cut you into 8 pieces. Don't worry, I won't even need a knife to cut you into 8 pieces." The next morning, the convoy to the west began to assemble. It wasn't until the afternoon that the whole convoy appeared at the Shirley Pavilion. It wasn't deliberately delayed. Even the convoy of the princess's mansion was simplified, and many heavy things were not carried. But Yang Fan had to meet up with the supervising censor, Hu Yuanli, and the imperial officer Sun Yuxuan to meet up with Princess Taiping's convoy. This took almost an hour and a half. Then people from all walks of life came to see them off, who didn't have a few close friends. Although the people who saw off Yang Fan, Hu Yuanli and Sun Yuxuan were far less spectacular than those who saw off Shui Huai and Taoist Shifang, there were still a lot of people. As for Princess Taiping, there were even more people from the royal family who came to see her off. After leaving the Shirley Pavilion, they first went to the Longwu Guards camp to get the imperial edict and the commander's seal to mobilize the troops. Because Yang Fan was a general, the Longwu Guards general was very friendly to him. He personally accompanied him to the camp to select the troops and let him choose the troops under his command. Ma Qiao was in the Longwu Guards, but Yang Fan didn't want to choose him. Pasta was pregnant and Ma Qiao was in the camp, so he could go home to visit. If he went south with Yang Fan, he wouldn't be able to take care of his family. But when Ma Qiao saw that it was Yang Fan going south, he was very excited and immediately volunteered to escort the imperial envoy to the south. Therefore, this task fell on his head. Yang Fan's marching speed was very fast. Sun Yuxuan and Hu Yuanli didn't have any objections to his arrangement. Ma Qiao raised both hands in approval. Since it was his brother's order, he didn't need to ask for the reason. Princess Taiping also didn't make things difficult for them. When it was night time to rest, they had already traveled 60 miles. Xiao Man's car didn't follow them. Although Yang Fan had prepared a good car for her, and Xiao Man had always been strong, Yang Fan still didn't dare to take risk. He was just worried that young Master Zhang's people would notice his movements, so he let Xiao Man's car mix with their team at the beginning. Halfway through the journey, Xiao Man's car left the team and took a shortcut to Chang, and under the protection of the people sent by Anu and Zhao Yu. Anu was quite resentful that she couldn't accompany him to the south, but she also knew that it was not the time to be willful. She even guessed that Yang Fan made this arrangement to promote her relationship with Xiao Man to be closer. Compared to long-term peace and happiness, a short separation was naturally worth it. There was still some distance between Princess Taiping's team and the Iron Gate town in front of them. Because it was late, and the accommodation in the town might not be as comfortable as the princess's own tent, the team set up camp at the foot of a low hill. It was impossible to encounter any danger here, and even if there were 3 or 5 blind thieves, they wouldn't be a threat at all. But Ma Qiao still arranged everything according to the rules. Princess Taiping's carriage and her personal attendants were all arranged in the middle of the camp. Surrounding it were the tents of the 3 imperial envoys, Yang Fan, Sun Yuxuan, and Hu Yuanli. They all had their own personal guards and squires, and the tents of the dragon guards were the furthest away. Drainage ditches were dug in the camp and connected to a small river at the foot of the hill to prevent rain at night. Sentries were set up all around and on the top of the hill. The dragon guards were all cavalrymen, and they also arranged people to lead the horses to drink water and eat grass by the river, and feed them some bean cakes and salt. Dozens of stoves were dug downwind in the tents to cook rice and vegetables. The princess was a noble, and naturally had people to serve her. She couldn't eat such coarse food, so they didn't need to worry about it. Marquis Yu kept a straight face, and with a knife in his hand, he patrolled the camp, checking if the arrangements were proper, such as the security, the tents, the flags, the drums and the trumpets. The 2 brothers had their own encounters and opportunities. Yang Fan was no longer the same as before. The former ruffian shopkeeper in the Xiuan workshop, after years of training in the army, had grown into a general. Their love lives were also exciting. But now Ma Qiao had come to fruition, while Yang Fan, who had a bumpy road of love, still had a long road ahead of him, and still couldn't see the end. On this day, Yang Fan intentionally wandered in front of Princess Taiping. But unfortunately, the princess didn't pay any attention to him, and didn't even look at him. Chapter 496. The setting sun was like blood, a patch of dark red. Yang Fan was sitting on a big rock. Behind him was the red sun that was gradually setting in the west. The night breeze brushed his hair, causing it to flutter in the wind, just like his current mood. Looking at the 8 Vajrapani walking casually outside the princess' tent from afar, but still did not see the princess, Yang Fan could not help but secretly sigh. He could imagine how heartbroken Princess Taiping must be at this moment. Perhaps when he made up his mind to leave, her heart was already broken. Ma Qiao was patrolling outside and inside the camp. When he walked to the riverside, he saw the soldiers watering their horses by the riverside. He specially told them to look after the horses well and not let the horses run into the fields across the river and harm the common people's seedlings. If the local officials reported this to the capital, they would inevitably be punished with flogging. Just as he was giving his instructions in a rough voice, a few soldiers in the distance suddenly made a ruckus. Then they saw a row of bushes. A frightened hare was running away in panic, and it just happened to scuttle toward Ma Qiao's side. Ma Qiao's eyes and hands were sharp. He kicked the hare with his boot. The 6 to 7 caddies' fat hare rolled on the ground a few times and died. Ma Qiao's kick had actually kicked the hare to death. Ma Qiao laughed out loud. He carried the hare to show off to his brothers, and then proudly walked away amidst the tide of flattery. When the soldiers who chased after him saw that the hare was intercepted by their superior, they could only accept their bad luck. They walked away dejectedly, hoping that they could catch something else. Ma Qiao carried the hare back to the camp. Suddenly he saw Yang Fan sitting on a big rock with his arms around his knees, lost in thought. Ma Qiao went around to the back of the big rock, and climbed up to sit next to Yang Fan. He raised the hare and said with a grin, "Just now I caught a hare on the ridge of the fields. Let's roast it later and have a good drink." At this time there was no strict prohibition of alcohol in the army. Even the god of war, Li Jing, who was very strict in governing the army, in the military strategy he personally wrote, there was only a rule that drinking and fighting was not prohibited. Since ancient times, it was the custom for soldiers to drink. Banning alcohol was also a long process. Back then, Lu Bu even caused a military coup and lost his life because he banned alcohol in front of the army. Until the Song dynasty, it was only at a critical moment of war, when two armies faced each other on a bloody battlefield. The commander-in-chief would temporarily ban alcohol according to the situation. Now that the dragon riders were escorting the princess to Chang'an, they were in territory controlled by the imperial court. It was a very easy task, so Ma Qiao was not nervous. Drink? Sure. For some reason, Yang Fan, who had never been fond of wine, wanted to drink to his heart's content at this moment. He looked at the hare in Ma Qiao's hand and frowned. This hare only weighs 6 to 7 caddies. There won't be much meat left after it's skinned and roasted. How can it be enough for us to enjoy? Let's go search the mountain and catch a few wild chickens. We won't stop until we're drunk tonight. Ma Qiao laughed and said, "Haha, I've finally found a chance to teach you a lesson. We can drink, but how can we get drunk when we're on official business? Erlang, this is your fault." Before Ma Qiao could finish his sentence, Yang Fan had already jumped down from the big rock and was striding up the mountain. Ma Qiao hurriedly carried the rabbit and jumped down, shouting, "Erlang, slow down. Wait for me to put away the rabbit, then I'll go with you to find the chicken." The crescent moon was like a hook, and the mountains and fields were cold. The bonfire by the river at the foot of the mountain had been extinguished, and the sound of insects chirping could be heard in the grass. The first checkpoint on the outside of the camp was relatively tight. From time to time, the sounds of patrolling officers and sentries exchanging commands could be heard. In the camp, the princess's tent was especially heavily guarded. The guards of the princess's residence had formed a cordon and were on high alert. They didn't think that anyone here would dare to offend the princess, but rules were rules. Even if they let a long worm or a wild rabbit sneak into the tent and startle the princess, it would be their dereliction of duty, and the consequences would be severe. In the darkness of the night, a person suddenly approached slowly. The soldiers outside the princess's tent immediately tightened their grip on their weapons and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Chief Steward Marquis Chen Mou, patrolling the camp." Password: 2 Taoist robes. Shave your hair and become a monk. Chen Yu greets you. In the grass, 2 crossbows pointed at the sky. The patrolling officer, Chen Yu, nodded his head and walked past the princess's tent with his knife. This password was set by Ma Qiao. No one knew why he thought of these 2 passwords, except for Yang Fan. In the eyes of others, the password had to be bold and unconstrained, so that no one could guess it. Only Yang Fan knew what this password meant. It was an event that changed the lives of the 2 brothers. It was from the moment they put on that Taoist robe that their fates changed, and Ma Qiao naturally had a deep memory of this. Yang Fan stood in the dark and raised his wine bag. He took another big gulp of wine and walked forward. He wasn't drunk, but his feet were already floating. As he walked on the uneven mountain, his body swayed slightly. "Who are you?" "Minister of Justice Yang Fan seeks an audience with Her Highness." There was a moment of silence in front of them. The 2 crossbows were still vigilantly pointing forward. A lantern lit up in the middle. The lantern slowly floated over. As it floated closer, the light green silhouette carrying the lantern could be seen clearly. There was only one person coming. He raised the lantern and shone it on Yang Fan's face. The hand that had been pressing on the hilt of the knife loosened. "It's getting late. If Dr. Lang has nothing important to do, please come back tomorrow morning." As he said this, he raised his right hand and gestured to the back. The 2 crossbows pointed to the sky to prevent accidental shooting. Yang Fan kept the wine bag and said, "Please inform the princess. If she does not wish to see me, it will not be too late for Yang Fan to leave." The matter of Yang Fan and Princess Taiping had spread like wildfire. How could the guard not know? He really did not dare to offend Yang Fan. He hesitated for a moment before saying in a soft voice, "Her Highness is currently bathing. It is not suitable for her to meet Minister. Please come back tomorrow morning." Yang Fan smiled bitterly. "If I come back tomorrow morning, I am afraid I will not be able to sleep well tonight. Please inform the princess. If she does not allow me to see her, it will not be too late for me to leave." The guard hesitated for a moment before nodding. "If that is the case, please wait for a moment." A moment later, the guard appeared in the big tent. This big tent was like the big tent of the Khan of the Grassland. It was very spacious. Inside, there were simple folding screens and cloth curtains that separated different spaces. Separated by a cloth curtain that hung from the top of the tent to the ground, Princess Taiping, who had just finished bathing, was lying on a soft couch. She had a smooth back, a sunken waist, a round buttocks like a full moon, and a pair of slender thighs that were as strong as jade pillars. Because she was lying on her stomach, the 2 round jade balls in front of her chest were squeezed to the point that they were overflowing. There was a large arc under her ribs, which looked thick, soft, and elastic. Behind her stood a strong female sumo wrestler. That pair of huge palms that could stop a startled horse were abnormally gentle at this moment. She pushed, took, pressed, rubbed, stroked, cut, sometimes the edge of her palms, sometimes the back of her palms, sometimes the center of her palms, and sometimes she clenched her fists. Her movements were incomparably skilled. Because of her movements, the pair of jade balls in front of Princess Taiping's chest trembled and constantly changed shape. Massage was very popular in the Tang dynasty. There was even a doctor of massage and a masseur in the imperial physician's office. They were given the rank of a 9th rank official and specialized in teaching massage technique. This female sumo wrestler was the female disciple of the doctor of massage in the imperial physician's office. "Your Highness, the Ministry of Justice's Minister Yang Fan requests to see you." A guard's voice came from outside the curtain. The hands of the female sumo who was massaging inside paused for a moment. Then she returned to normal and continued to pat the smooth back of the princess. Princess Taiping was lying there with her cheek facing the other side. When she heard the guard's report, her back clearly tightened. There was a light pa-pa-pa sound on her back. Under the patting of two fat palms, the curve of Princess Taiping's taut back gradually softened. "What does he want?" The guard's voice said. "He didn't say, he only said to ask the princess to see him." Princess Taiping was silent for a moment and said, "Just say that I am already resting and it is not suitable for me to see a guest. If he has something to say, then we will talk about it tomorrow morning." "Yes." The guard hesitated for a moment and said, "This subordinate said so, but Yang Longjong said that if he comes tomorrow morning, he might not be able to sleep tonight. This subordinate saw that he was drunk, cough cough, so I went inside to report." The guard waited for a moment and did not see any movement inside. He awkwardly coughed and said, "This subordinate will take his leave." "Wait!" Princess Taiping suddenly called out. She turned over and stood up. A pair of snow-white breasts could be seen. On her fair and smooth skin, two small cherry buds were bewitchingly embellished with a dazzling light. With a flash of her beauty, she was wrapped up in a light robe that resembled a net of clouds. The sumo woman draped a soft, wide robe over her body and lightly retreated to the side. The female sumo had a strange look in her eyes. It seemed that she was blaming Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping's eyes met with her and immediately moved away. She also felt that she was too disappointing. She was hurt so deeply by him. She only heard him say that he would not be able to sleep tonight and her heart softened. She eagerly welcomed him in. Was she so easy to bully? But even if her heart softened, what could she do? "You call him in," Princess Taiping ordered. The female sumo finally could not help coughing and said, "Your Highness, it is late at night. It is not suitable for your Highness to receive a foreign official. A man and a woman alone, I am afraid." Princess Taiping glanced at her and lightly said, "Is there a lack of rumors about me? How I live is my own business. When have I ever been afraid of other people gossiping? When have I become a woman afraid of people making irresponsible remarks?" The female sumo saw that she was slightly angry and lowered her head, not daring to say anything. Princess Taiping seemed to feel that her words were a bit heavy. She patted the female sumo's arm and softly said, "You go rest. I am fine. I have never been a woman who lives to look at other people's faces. I am not a woman who lives to listen to other people's words. Slander and praise are up to others. I am me." Chapter 497. "Yes." The female sumo wrestler helplessly lowered her head, whispered a reply and quietly left. When Yang Fan walked into the tent, the candlelight in the tent was very bright, and the curtains in the 4 rooms were fluttering. He didn't know what kind of space was behind it, what function it had, or whether there were other people inside. Princess Taiping was dressed in a plain white silk dress. She was sitting cross-legged on a mat. There was a short table with rolled ears in front of her. A pot of incense was burning on the upper left side of the table. The smoke curled up in spirals, making Princess Taiping's complexion look somewhat ethereal. Sitting quietly, she was like a clear lotus, her wet and bright hair scattered over her shoulders, and her forehead was decorated with a golden lotus pattern, looking somewhat like the guanyin that was worshipped in temples. However, when he got closer, the feeling she gave people changed again. That silk dress was light and soft, and the candlelight passed through the thin silk dress, seeming to faintly reveal her flesh-colored breasts under the clothes. The snow on the bare chest, penetrating through the silk dress, probably described this kind of mood at this moment. But at this moment, although Princess Taiping's clothes were thin, she didn't have the taste of sex appeal. A cold feeling permeated her body from the inside out, and her clear eyes seemed to hide a touch of frost, making her awe-inspiring and inviolable. This woman was like a beautiful scenery that changed with every step, far and near, high and low, all different. Looking at her noble and otherworldly appearance, thinking of her time and time again compromising, Yang Fan couldn't lift his head. If you love someone, no matter how noble you are, for that person you will also lower yourself to the dust. This time, was it his turn to put down his arrogant heart and bow his head to the beauty in front of him? I was wrong, wrong is wrong, so I came to apologize. Yang Fan lowered his head, and at first his voice was a bit weak, but thinking that this was only a matter between a man and a woman, there was nothing shameful in apologizing to her, so his voice became louder. Princess Taiping did not dare to expect that Yang Fan would bow his head to her. She thought that Yang Fan would come over tonight because of the matter of Lu Ren. But when Yang Fan blurted out an apology, she was stunned. Originally, she was full of bitterness, grievance, and resentment, but after being teased by Yang Fan's brainless words, all that was left was curiosity and curiosity. Princess Taiping asked curiously, "What did you do wrong?" Yang Fan lowered his head and said, "Of course I misunderstood you. I was wrong. I shouldn't have wronged you and lost my temper at you. I apologize." Princess Taiping looked at him in surprise. A moment later, she gradually became angry and said angrily, "Who told you that?" Yang Fan looked at her strangely and thought to himself, "Is it important who told me? He's doing this because he's loyal to you. Why do you care so much about who he is?" Princess Taiping frowned and thought for a moment. She asked, "Was it Su Haud? I think only he would act on his own." Yang Fan asked, "Who is Su Haud?" Princess Taiping said, "My coachman." Yang Fan touched his nose, tacitly agreeing. Princess Taiping put this topic aside for the time being. She squinted at Yang Fan and said, "Do you need to drink to make an apology?" Yang Fan covered up and said, "How can that be? It's just that Ma Qiao is my good friend. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Now that we can travel together, I'm happy. That's why we drank a few more cups in the evening." Princess Taiping snorted softly and didn't expose his lie. Yang Fan said, "After I knew the truth, I felt that I was really reckless. I was wrong. Now I'm here to ask for forgiveness from the princess. You can punish me or beat me. It would have been better if he didn't mention it." Once he mentioned it, Princess Taiping's anger rose again. She couldn't help but ask, "Why did you think it was me without even checking? Am I that shameless in your heart?" Yang Fan rubbed his nose and said, "It's a bit serious to say shameless. In fact, even if it was your idea, it was to protect me. I'm very clear about this, but I have a reason to go. I don't like to be controlled by others. I don't like your scheming." Princess Taiping said angrily, "Why do you immediately think that I'm scheming when you encounter this kind of thing? Isn't it because I'm extremely unbearable in your heart? But whatever despicable, sinister, and cunning things are naturally done by me." When a woman was angry, she was even more unreasonable than a man. Yang Fan had just explained that the matter itself didn't involve any shameless moral issues, but she still put a big hat on herself. It seemed that it wasn't enough to show her deep bitterness and hatred, which couldn't be washed away even if the Yellow River was poured out. Yang Fan felt that she was very angry. After thinking for a while, he decided to use silence to show that he was in the right and to admit defeat. But his silence made Princess Taiping even angrier. "Huh? If you don't speak, does it mean that you agree that I'm despicable, shameless, and cunning?" Yang Fan felt that he drank a bit too much wine because his head had begun to hurt. Since silence was also wrong, he decided to explain. After thinking carefully, he seemed to find the crux of the problem. He deliberated and said, "I think it's because you're too smart." "Smart?" "Yes. No matter if it's official affairs or military affairs, or any difficult problems, as long as you're willing to think of a way, there's almost no problem that can't be solved." You're too smart. So smart that once something may involve you, I almost don't think it's you. Probably this is the reason. Hearing this, Princess Taiping wanted to cry but had no tears. She never thought that she would get such a ridiculous reason from Yang Fan's mouth. She said angrily, "According to you, smart women deserve to be unlucky? Or, should I pretend to be stupid? A stupid woman is a good woman?" Yang Fan was defeated by her questioning. He replied with some grievance, "I didn't conclude that it was you. I asked you after I got on the car. But you not only didn't deny it, but also admitted it yourself. How could I think otherwise?" Princess Taiping was even angrier and said angrily, "I deny it? Why should I deny it? You came to me as soon as you heard about it. Didn't it mean that you were sure that I did it? You came to me angrily. How do you want me to explain? Will you listen if I explain it? Will you believe it?" "I will. I really will," Yang Fan said seriously. "If you say it's not you, I'll definitely believe it. Because you always dare to admit what you've done. If you say it's not you, then it's not you." Princess Taiping stared at him for a long time. She shook her head gently and said sadly, "But I don't want to explain it. If you think of me first every time you encounter something bad and need me to deny it, then I'd rather admit it. It's too tiring. My heart is too tired." Princess Taiping's face had a kind of tired sadness. Her voice was also choked with sobs. There was a layer of crystal tears in her eyes. She said in a low voice, "I've always tried to please you. No matter how I behave, how I do things, or even how I dress. If you don't like it, I won't do it. You have a cat at home, so I also have a cat. One heir likes to wear plain clothes, so I also wear plain clothes. I carefully just want to please you. In front of others, I say that I never live to see other people's faces. But in front of you, I'm not me. What did I get in return?" 2 lines of tears flowed down. Princess Taiping could no longer keep calm. She couldn't help but cry on the table. This was the first time that Yang Fan had heard Princess Taiping confiding so many grievances to him, so many worries on her mind. That sincere and heartfelt confession, every word and sentence tugged at his heartstrings, making his heart endlessly agitated. He stretched out his hand, wanting to stroke Princess Taiping's soft and bright long hair, but just as he was about to touch her beautiful hair, he lost his courage and powerlessly dropped his hand. Looking at Princess Taiping's gently shrugging shoulders, Yang Fan said, "Actually, it's not that I don't have feelings for you. When we were on the boat on the Luo River on Chinese Valentine's Day, I told you that there are many entanglements in the past. If you can't explain them clearly, then let them go. Maybe you didn't understand what I meant." Hearing this, Princess Taiping's crying stopped abruptly. She hurriedly recalled everything that happened on the bow of the boat on the Luo River that day. He let her sleep on his lap that night. What he said to her during the continuous ringing of the bell in the morning. When he walked out, he staggered a little because his legs were already numb. She remembered a lot of things clearly, but she ignored them. Even when she recalled the warmth of that night, whenever she recalled this moment in the morning, she would quickly think of Yang Fan's background, so much so that she completely ignored the words he had said. Now that she thought about it, it seemed that Yang Fan really did say these words at that time. Could it be that, because of his sincerity, his stone-like heart had already opened up a gap for her? It was a pity that she only felt sorry for herself. Moreover, because of what happened in the Peach Blossom Village, she became timid and wasted so much time. Thinking of this, Princess Taiping's heart was filled with inexplicable joy. She found that she was really disappointing. Obviously, she had been hurt so deeply by him. Obviously, every time she cried, she swore to leave him. But in the end, he only gave her a little sunshine, and her heart was like a blooming peony. The roots of love had long been deeply planted. She was already hopeless. Yang Fan did not know that his words had set off such a big wave in Princess Taiping's heart. He was still very sincerely apologizing. "This time, it was indeed my fault. I know that I hurt your heart, but I don't know what to do. Today, I came to apologize to you. As long as you are willing to calm down, you can beat me or punish me if you want. Yang Fan spoke very sincerely. It was not an act of sincerity, but a sincere apology. Taiping's pursuit of Yang Fan was wrong from the beginning. The first time, she tried to buy him with wealth and power. The second time, she tried to use her enchanting and gorgeous body to seduce him. Between people, once you leave a bad impression, you have to work several times harder than others in order to change the impression you left in other people's hearts. Princess Taiping gradually learned how to love a person equally after running into a wall again and again. However, in order to change the bad impression she had made in Yang Fan's heart, she really suffered a lot. Little by little, in the relationship, Taiping finally reversed the disadvantage. And this time, the misunderstanding became the best opportunity. Yang Fan took the initiative to admit defeat. In the battle of love, Taiping suffered a lot, but she won. As the knot in her heart was gradually opened, she looked at the dejected Yang Fan again. Taiping's heart could not help but soften. For a lover who was younger than her, a woman would always be more tolerant, even if she had a strong personality. On the other hand, an older man would be more indulgent to his younger lover. This was probably one of the human nature. Young men are always careless and impulsive. Since he apologized so humbly, I won't make it difficult for him. Thinking of this, Princess Taiping's heart calmed down. Her eyes gradually revealed a hint of ridicule. Will you really let me hit and punish you? Hearing her sigh of relief, Yang Fan hurriedly puffed out his chest and put on a heroic appearance. Of course. A real man's words cannot be taken back. I was wrong and I admit it. If you want to hit or punish me, it's all up to you. Yang Fan's words were powerful and impassioned. But after a moment, his voice sounded again in the tent. This time, his voice became more impassioned. That won't do. A real man can be killed but not humiliated. I will never agree to such an unreasonable request. You just said that if you want to hit or punish me, it's all up to me. A real man's words cannot be taken back. How can you go back on your words? How could I know that it would be such a punishment? I am a man. What's wrong with being a man? I still need to see people in the future? You can't see people, but I can? In order to save you from prison, I didn't hesitate to defile myself. Now, the whole city is in an uproar. But what relationship do I have with you? I've been kind to you time and time again, but you've hurt me time and time again. I, Li Lingyue, am also a proud and arrogant person. But in front of you, my dignity has long been swept to the ground. Have you ever thought about me? Can't you change the punishment? Even if you flog me 20 times, it's fine. Are you afraid of being flogged? Moreover, even if I give the order, will they really beat you? Don't play wishful thinking in front of me. I want this kind of punishment. It's fine if you accept it, but if you don't, I won't forgive you. I'll make you owe me for the rest of your life. The night was very quiet. The 8 guardian deities stood outside the tent. They could vaguely hear the conversation in the tent. They looked at each other. They couldn't figure out what kind of punishment the princess was going to give to Yang Fan to trigger such a strong reaction from him. In short, the 2 people in the tent were in a deadlock for about the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Yang Fan mumbled something and seemed to have compromised. After a while, Yang Fan escaped from the tent awkwardly in the midst of Princess Taiping's laughter. The light outside was not very bright, but the 8 guardian deities could still see very clearly. This very handsome and heroic young Langjun had drunk wine that night. His face was already very red. When he escaped from the tent, his face became even redder. It was as red as a monkey's butt. Yang Fan escaped in embarrassment. The 8 guardian deities hurriedly flashed into the tent. They saw Princess Taiping holding her stomach and falling on the bed laughing. She laughed so hard that she cried. She didn't look like a princess of the great Zhou dynasty at all. Chapter 498. The sky had just brightened when waves of whistling saber winds could be heard amidst the rising fog. Ma Qiao had woken up early in the morning to train. For the past few years, he had been working hard on his martial arts, never neglecting it. He had already married Pasta, and now that he was going to have a child of his own, the sense of responsibility had made him more mature. He was a martial artist, and martial arts was the foundation of his life. Therefore, he had never dared to slack off. The ruffian workshop attendant, who would open the door early in the morning with his eyes half closed, as if he was sleepwalking, had long since disappeared. The current Ma Qiao had been reborn, becoming a general who set an example and was strict with himself. Now, it was only in front of Yang Fan that he would revert to his old ruffian ways. Yang Fan was attracted by the waves of whistling saber winds. He had also woken up early in the morning to train. Seeing that Ma Qiao had woken up even earlier than him, Yang Fan felt very gratified. The two brothers had not sparred for a long time, and so they sparred excitedly. Ma Qiao's saber arts were basically still based on the saber arts that Yang Fan had imparted to him. However, after a few years in the military, he had also absorbed the saber techniques that were commonly used in the military and had perfectly integrated them into his own martial arts technique. He had removed the impurities from the saber techniques that Yang Fan had imparted to him and modified them. He still did not have the ability to remove the impurities and retain the essence. His desolation had merely abandoned killing techniques that were not suitable for the battlefield, and replaced them with simpler and more effective killing technique. With this, he had managed to develop his own unique style, and when they sparred, it was an eye-opener for Yang Fan. Battlefield killing techniques did not have any fancy moves. They were simple and practical, plain and simple. This was not to say that Yang Fan's saber arts were fancy and useless. Yang Fan's saber arts were the martial arts techniques of the pugilistic world. Once the pugilistic world had a fight, it was mostly a duel between two people, or at most 3 to 5 people attacking together. Both parties were very agile, and feints, changes, and techniques were very necessary. Many times, one's technique was superior in this aspect. However, it was not possible on the battlefield. On the battlefield, where there were thousands of soldiers and horses, there was more than one enemy, and there was no space for one to move around and fight. If one could not finish off the enemy within 2 or 3 strikes, one would be the one dead. Therefore, the battlefield martial arts, be it staff techniques, spear techniques, saber techniques, or fists, were all plain and simple, with only a few stances. Although they did not look good to outsiders, they were the most effective in killing. Of course, Ma Qiao's martial arts were not as good as Yang Fan's, but after he had absorbed the military's saber arts, he had made some slight changes to the saber arts taught by Yang Fan, making his saber arts more suitable for use on horseback. His saber arts were fierce and domineering, simple and direct. Now that he was competing with Yang Fan on horseback, he could not bring out his full power. However, after exchanging blows with him, Yang Fan had accurately estimated the power of his saber arts if they were to fight on horseback. After exchanging blows, Yang Fan gave Ma Qiao some pointers. At the same time, through Ma Qiao's saber arts, Yang Fan had a deeper understanding of how to use the saber arts in battle on horseback. Although the saber arts of the Tang dynasty's army were simple, they had been tempered in actual combat, which had already proven its effectiveness. However, for the sake of popularization, it was too simple. But in the eyes of a martial arts expert like Yang Fan, this simplified saber art was less profound, but it did not necessarily have the effect of returning to simplicity. As the saying goes, great skill does not work, great skill appears clumsiness. Yang Fan was at a critical moment in his martial arts development. This kind of exchanging blows had benefited him even more than Ma Qiao, who had received his pointers. After the competition, the two of them rushed to the riverside to wash up. As they were walking back, laughing and joking, they received an order from the princess. The princess told Ma Qiao not to break camp in a hurry and summon Yang Fan to see her. After seeing off the messenger, Ma Qiao held Yang Fan's arm and said with a smile, "The princess's trip is really like a sightseeing tour. I knew it would be very free and unfettered." Yang Fan chuckled and said meaningfully, "Will it really be very free and unfettered?" Ma Qiao smiled and tightened his arm. He whispered in his ear, "This trip to Chang'an will naturally be very free and unfettered. As for the inspection of the vagrants, you and I are of one mind. No matter what kind of people they are, as long as they are reasonable, we will chop them." Yang Fan turned his head and glanced at him. Ma Qiao held Yang Fan in his arm. His feet were still crooked and his body was still loose. There was a careless smile on his face, but it could not hide the fierceness in his eyes. Princess Taiping had just finished her breakfast and was washing her hands and rinsing her mouth. When Yang Fan came in, Princess Taiping was using a white handkerchief to gently wipe the corner of her mouth. As soon as she saw Yang Fan come in, her movements immediately became more elegant and gentle. In front of their loved ones, the other side of a couple always wanted to show their most beautiful side. After a long time of love, it would eventually turn into family love. Some people said that farting was to check whether a couple was in the stage of love or had already turned into the stage of family love. If he or she was still ashamed to let you hear the sound of his or her farting, then they were in the stage of love. Otherwise, they had already evolved into the stage of family love. Now, Princess Taiping was obviously immersed in the river of love. The power of love was amazing. Last night's meeting not only soothed the grievances in Princess Taiping's heart, but also gave her great confidence. When she knew that she and Yang Fan were not destined to be together, and even happiness was close at hand, her whole body glowed with a kind of radiance. In fact, she tossed and turned last night and did not sleep well. But at this moment in front of Yang Fan, she appeared to be in high spirits. This flower of the Tang dynasty was like a good rain after a long drought. When it was about to wither, it suddenly absorbed enough water. That lustrous and plump complexion seemed to have just bloomed. There was still only the two of them in the tent. Princess Taiping said, "I thought about it all night last night. You really want to do this?" Yang Fan nodded heavily. "If I don't have that ability or I don't know about this matter, I can ignore it. I am not the kind of person who overestimates his own ability. But since I already know, and as long as I am willing to work hard, I can definitely save some innocent lives. If I don't do it, my conscience will be uneasy." Princess Taiping said faintly, "Actually, it was the Empress herself who ordered you to send me to Chang'an. You should understand why the Empress did this." "I didn't understand before, but I understand now." Yang Fan's eyes revealed a touch of pain and anger, because Her Majesty has thought it through. She thought that regardless of whether the people of the censorate really found out that there was a rebellion or deliberately framed to win back the Emperor's favor, killing those wanderers would only benefit her. So, she doesn't want me to stop the people of the censorate. Princess Taiping was silent for a while and said in a low voice, "No. The Empress wants you to stop them. The matter of the wanderers cannot be because of the Emperor's will. It can only be because the Emperor was deceived by the treacherous officials. So, the Empress needs you to have something on them. With something on them, the Empress can kill them. While appeasing the resentment of the world, it can also increase her prestige. But the Empress doesn't want you to go in time, because the Empress also wants those wanderers to die. The more wanderers die, the less unease the Empress will feel with the words substitute warrior Lu. In the future, the threat that may affect her succession to the throne will also be smaller. So, if you go too early, the Empress will not be happy. It may not be important if the Empress is unhappy. What is important is if the Empress feels that you are disloyal to her. Even if there is only a possibility, it will be enough to take your life. How many nobles have died so easily? If the Empress wants to kill you, She only needs to give you a look. Yang Fan sighed and said, You don't have to worry. Although my official position is not high, and I don't have any noble title, I have unique advantages compared to those nobles. My master is Xue Huai. I am also very close to Wu Sanxi, and me and you. In the eyes of the Emperor, we have a very close relationship. It has always been very close. Princess Taiping coquettishly rolled her eyes at him, but she did not say this out loud. Since their hearts were already connected, there was no need to be so serious with her words. Sometimes, the fiery Princess Taiping could also be as gentle and understanding as spring water. Yang Fan smiled and said, Now, the Prime Minister, the Emperor's most favored one, has promised to protect me. It is difficult for the Emperor to see my actions as going against her. Moreover, 2 of the 3 immortal masters are in the capital. I have a good relationship with them. If something bad happens to me, I believe they will put in a good word for me. You know, the Emperor is very fond of them now. Princess Taiping was still worried and said worriedly, Even so, the problem is that I don't know what will happen if you go. If you really make a big mess and harm the Empress' interests, the Empress will not give up on your punishment no matter how many people put in a good word for you. No one knows her better than me. You don't have to worry so much. Yang Fan comforted her and said, I have never thought of myself as a saint who pleads for the people. If I want to do something, I must first protect myself, so I will not act recklessly. This time, I will act according to the circumstances. I will not let them catch me. The most important thing is. Yang Fan's expression was a little sad. He said in a low voice, I am only one person, and the cruel officials of the Imperial Censorate have already gone to different places. How many people do you think I can stop them from killing? The only thing I could do was to stop this bunch of bloodthirsty butchers from killing all the drifting humans. So, the thing that the Emperor is worried about will not happen. Princess Taiping was silent for a while and sighed faintly. She said, Well, you take some guards and leave first. As for Sun Yuxuan and Hu Yuanli, you better not take them with you. If all 3 of you leave, it will be hard for me to cover it. If the Empress knows that you disobeyed her orders, it will be really inappropriate. Don't worry, I will rush to Chang'an. When I arrive, I will send them to meet up with you. For now, it is best to discuss a meeting point. Where do you plan to go first? Yang Fan said, I plan to go to Jianan first, but the meeting point cannot be there. They are only escorting you to Chang'an, so it won't take much longer than me. However, if they rush to Jianan Prefecture, I'll have to wait for them there after I'm done with my business. I've decided to go to Qianzhong Prefecture after I'm done with my business in Jianan Prefecture, and meet them in Pingman Province. Princess Taiping nodded lightly and said, I will remember. Yang Fan put his hands on his knees and said, There is no time to lose. Then, I will go now. And you don't have to worry about this. Try not to let too many people know where you are going. I will deal with all the aftermath. Good. Yang Fan was about to get up when he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask, I saw Su Haud leaving the camp early in the morning. He seemed to be heading towards the capital. What happened in the capital? Princess Taiping said disapprovingly, Oh, it's nothing. I just sent him back to the capital. Yang Fan was stunned for a moment. Then he understood and asked, Just because he went to find me? Princess Taiping nodded and said, Yes. Yang Fan frowned and said, He did it out of goodwill. Princess Taiping slightly raised her eyebrows and lightly said, What's there to be kind or not? I originally thought that even if you hate me, you can only stay by my side. There is no need to get involved in this mess. Now that he has ruined my plan, do you want me to reward him? Yang Fan said, He did it because he is loyal to you and doesn't want you to be sad. Aren't you afraid of hurting the hearts of your subordinates by punishing him like this? Princess Taiping said in a serious tone, No reason can be used to disobey orders. Today he can disobey my orders because he is loyal to me and thinks that he is good to me. How do you know that he will not do other things because he is loyal to me in the future? Erlang, if you want to do something big, you should be strict with your subordinates. You can't be emotional. If Su Hao didn't come to find me, I am afraid that you and I will never have a chance to be together again. Yang Fan thought and felt a little guilty. So he just kept silent. Princess Taiping smiled and said, "Don't worry. I didn't send him to Mount Mang to farm. I only sent him to my golden grain garden, Zizé Garden, to be a guard. The life there is leisurely and generous. It's not hard at all. Let's not talk about other things. Just the ripe fruits in the garden can be sold by him. It's a big income. I didn't treat him badly, but he can forget about working by my side from now on." Yang Fan smiled bitterly and nodded. "Although I still feel that it is unreasonable, I have to admit that you are right." Princess Taiping smiled sweetly and said playfully, "This is the first time that you obviously don't like my way of doing things, but you agree with my opinion. Do you think we should drink together?" Yang Fan glanced at her and said, "It is not good to drink in the morning. If you want to drink, wait for me to come back." Princess Taiping's eyes brightened and said happily, "A gentleman's word. A whip on a fast horse." Princess Taiping giggled. But that smile seemed to be a little mischievous. It seemed that someone had made a similar vow last night and wanted to take it back. Princess Taiping's eyes were already looking at Yang Fan's buttocks with bad intentions. So she laughed even more happily. Yang Fan's face was a little red. He stared at Princess Taiping fiercely and stood up to walk out of the tent. Princess Taiping chased after his figure. When Yang Fan walked to the entrance of the tent, Princess Taiping suddenly called out, "Erlang!" Yang Fan lifted the tent with one hand and turned around. Princess Taiping stared at him with deep affection in her eyes. She said in a low voice, "You take care. Be careful on the way." Chapter 499. The city of Peng Province, modern Xichang, was built on the northern shore of the Qiong Sea, on the southern side of the northern mountains. The city was not large and had a square shape, with each city wall around 6,000 feet in length. The rammed earth trapezoidal city walls were more than 15 feet tall. Wild grasses and wild flowers grew out of the walls, swaying in the wind as they told the story of the city's antiquity. Coincidentally, similar to Luoyang, Peng Province was also divided into two by a river. However, the Luo River flowed through the city, dividing it into the north and south. The Lulin River, modern East River, which originated from Zhaojue, meandered into the city and also divided it in two. However, the river flowed from the north, dividing the city into the east and west. The Qiong Sea was vast, with lush forests in the distance. The reeds on the banks of the Lulin River were like clouds and mist. The scenery was picturesque, making Peng Province look like a famous pearl embedded in this place. The western part of the city was the most prosperous. The military governor's office, the provincial governor's office, and the county government were all gathered here. There were also countless merchant houses, Buddhist temples, and Taoist temples. There were also mansions built by merchants and tribal leaders. The eastern side of the river was a completely different scene. The flat fields, the graceful willows, the winding paths, and the simple and elegant alleys were all filled with a rustic charm. However, the eastern side of the river was not entirely filled with farmers. For example, the Tonghai Alley was an extremely prosperous pier, and one had to pass through this place to get to the Qiong Sea. The Fish Market Street was the most prosperous wholesale market for aquatic products, where all kinds of aquatic products were available. The Spring Welcome Alley was a red light district. The brothels here housed women from various places and races. They were beautiful and elegant, and it was the favorite place for scholars, officials, and merchants to spend their money. There were 3 wooden bridges connecting the eastern and western sides of the river. The middle bridge was the widest, and most of the residents used it to travel between the eastern and western parts of the city. As a result, there were many vendors on both sides of the bridge. All kinds of stalls and sheds squeezed the wide and flat surface of the road into a narrow alley. There were all kinds of stalls, some selling all kinds of snacks, some selling handicrafts of different tribes, and some selling jewelry, silk and satin from the Central Plains. If you were in a leisurely mood, you might as well wander around the stalls selling small handicraft. In less than 3 stalls, you would find a beautiful girl who was as beautiful as a flower and as pure as the reeds and rivers. Birds are bred deep in the mountains, and beauties are born in the woodshed. In this land of mixed races, there were handsome men and charming women. There were plenty of beauties. Don't be fooled by the fact that she was wearing tattered clothes with patches on them, and her shiny black hair didn't have a single hairpin, but when she looked at you with her big, innocent eyes, you would feel that even the fairies in the heavens were nothing special. Didn't this place look like heaven on earth? This was heaven, but hell was also here. Hidden under the tranquility and serenity of this small city was violence and sin. The people here were tough, and it was common for people to pull out their swords and fight each other if they didn't agree with each other. There were no city magistrates with whips, and there were no workers with sticks to maintain order in the market. The order of the small city relied on the customs and habits that had been passed down for thousands of years, and the spontaneous force of the people to maintain its balance. The sky was high, and the emperor was far away, so this place became a paradise for fugitives. Many wanted criminals in the Central Plains fled to this place and formed gangs, like a pack of wolves looking for food in the wilderness. However, the tough people here suppressed their fierceness. Although they did evil, they didn't dare to be brazen, and their main way of making money was smuggling. They tried their best not to fight for food with the local people or go against them. When the local officials faced the simple and tough people and the fugitives that were everywhere, the smartest way was to adopt the method of governing from the top and not do anything. They let the local people develop according to the rules and regulations that had been formed for thousands of years. There was no education, and it was difficult for the government's orders to go out. The officials only needed to make friends with the tribal leaders and maintain good relations with them. This was enough to ensure that the local people were safe and peaceful during their term of office. Even if there were any conflicts between the tribes, or even large-scale fights, and hundreds or thousands of people died, the tribal leaders would use their own rules of survival to solve the problem. No tribal leader was willing to listen to the officials. They were the local tyrants here, and they would solve the big problems themselves. Relying on the government? It was more than incompetence, it was willingly handing over their power. Most of the officials sent by the imperial court here didn't want to cause trouble. The most common thing they did was to collude with the tribal leaders, scheme, plunder, form cliques, and promote their children. Who was willing to find trouble for themselves? Because of this, the local people ignored their existence even more. Yang Fan led his horse and walked slowly through the bustling crowd. He had stayed in the western regions for more than half a year, and even went to the Tubo Kingdom and the Turkic Xianchuo city. These experiences had enriched his experience. Although there were many strange costumes and people here, they were not as strange as what he had seen in the southern seas. Therefore, he wasn't too surprised and quickly adapted to the atmosphere here. The ethnic composition of the people here was extremely complicated. For the sake of communication, most of them spoke the Mandarin of the Tang dynasty. Although it was inevitable that they would have a strong local accent, Yang Fan could still understand them. He followed Huang Jingrong all the way here. When he arrived at Jiannan, he heard that censor Huang Jing was sent to Sichuan to investigate the outlaws. Therefore, Yang Fan followed Huang Jingrong's footsteps all the way here. Yang Fan had just arrived at the city. Earlier, he had heard from a few officers and soldiers who had come to the market to enjoy wine and fish that imperial envoy Huang Jingrong had already arrived. The local officials and tribal leaders were holding a banquet to welcome him. Yang Fan was relieved and wanted to find a place to stay in the western part of the city. He didn't bring anyone with him. 3 to 5 ordinary soldiers wouldn't be of any use, and would only add to his troubles. He promised Princess Taiping in person because he didn't want her to worry. After making some arrangements for Sun Yuxuan and Ma Qiao, he took the imperial edict appointing him as the Inspector General of the provinces and came alone. As long as Huang Jingrong hadn't revealed his bloody mouth to devour the lives of the innocent outlaws and use their blood to stain his bright future, there was no need for Yang Fan to expose his identity. After all, he should have just arrived at Chang'an. Without his imperial envoy guard of honor and his 2 deputies, his sudden appearance here could very well expose the fact that he was defying the imperial edict. A beautiful young lady walked out from the crowd and looked at the dazzling array of goods on the stall with great interest. When those pretty village girls who were naturally beautiful but didn't know about it saw her, they would also feel a sense of jealousy. Perhaps each of them had their own merits in terms of beauty, but in terms of temperament, they were superior. If those beautiful village girls were like the clear stream under the bridge, then this young lady was like the bright white cloud in the sky. If those beautiful village girls were the daughters of the fairies in heaven, then this beautiful young lady was the Chang'e of the Moon Palace. The young lady was about 15 or 16 years old. She had a fair complexion and wore a snow-white beard and skirt. An emerald green belt was tied around her waist, and she wore a pair of black satin short-waist leather boots. She looked very cute. Around her neck hung 3 or 4 silver rings of various sizes. The silver rings were adorned with bells of various sizes. Her hair ornaments were also adorned with all kinds of silver ornament. When she walked, there would always be a pleasant tinkling sound. Especially her pair of long legs, which left a deep impression on people at first sight. Her legs were slender and long, occupying more than half the length of her body. They were as slender and graceful as the legendary mermaids. When she swung them, there was a natural sense of a very seductive rhythm. When Yang Fan saw her beautiful and cute appearance, his eyes immediately lit up. Beautiful women would always attract men's gazes. This beautiful young lady naturally attracted more than one gaze. There were also a few men in the crowd who stared at her at the same time. Yang Fan's gaze was filled with admiration for her beauty, but those few gazes were filled with greed and lust. A few fugitives with unkind eyes were already quietly staring at this young lady. These people indeed didn't dare to cause trouble in public. Although the government here was just for show, there were tough people here who couldn't follow their rules. However, this didn't mean that these fugitives would never violate the law. If it was a place with few people, they wouldn't mind kidnapping this beautiful young lady. If this kind of exotic beauty was transported to Yangzhou and sold to those salt merchants, the money would be enough for them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. They only followed her for a while before giving up on the idea of kidnapping her. This young lady mischievously looked around. She seemed to be alone, but about 10 steps behind her, there were always 4 unsmiling, serious-looking white-robed men, all of them carrying a gloomy blade. Seeing their gloomy sabers, the fugitives who were blinded by lust noticed that the young lady's enchanting waist had a short sword with a curved handle. The short sword was as delicate and graceful as the young lady's body. It was clearly a scabbard. As a result, the evil thoughts of these fugitives were like snow lions meeting fire, immediately disappearing without a trace. They couldn't afford to provoke this young lady. Whether she was beautiful or rich, it was better than being alive. They had fled from the Central Plains to this place in order to survive. There was no reason for them to run into the gates of hell. This young lady wearing white clothes was nothing, but not far behind her were obviously her entourage of 4 strong men wearing white robes. This was not a coincidence. They must be the white barbarians. The white barbarians and the black barbarians were the 2 largest ethnic groups in the southwest region. The black barbarians wore black clothes that reached their knees. They lived by herding livestock and didn't know how to farm. The white barbarians liked to wear white clothes that reached their knees. They farmed and weaved, similar to the Han people. Since the time of the Shu Han, the white barbarians had often received official positions in the Central Plains. Their writing and language were similar to that of the Han people. Most of their tribes were Han people who had been transformed into barbarians. Therefore, they were richer and more powerful than the black barbarians, but they still maintained the bravery of the barbarians. Do not offend the locals, especially the large local tribes. This was the first rule of survival for the fugitives of the Central Plains. Moreover, from the ornament-like weapon that the young lady wore, it was obvious that she was not an ordinary white barbarian. This made her even less of a person that they could provoke. This was because the short sword she wore was a scabbard. This was a sword that only the kings of the barbarians could use. The scabbard was ranked first among the 3 most famous weapons in the southwest region. The scabbard was shaped like the blade of a halberd. Its hilt was decorated with gold and its blade was incomparably sharp. Although it was small and slender like a toy, it could cut through iron like mud. It could cut through hair and pierce through anything. It was a precious weapon that only the kings of the tribes of the southwest would wear. On the waists of the 4 white-clothed people were the udao. Its value was second only to the scabbard. Just like the scabbard, the forging method of the udao was also a secret. Only the high-ranking craftsmen of the barbarians knew how to forge it. The blade of the udao was dipped in a strange poison that could kill upon contact with blood. These 2 weapons were not something that an ordinary barbarian could wear. An ordinary barbarian would at most wear a Ronin sword. Therefore, just from the weapons that these people were wearing, the experienced fugitives of the Central Plains could guess that this young lady's identity was extremely noble. She was not someone that they could afford to provoke. The fugitives quietly retreated. From the beginning to the end, the white-clothed girl didn't know that a moment ago, there were a few ignorant fellows who planned to kidnap her and sell her to those fat and big-eared salt merchants in Yangzhou to be their concubines. She looked around and found everything interesting. She hopped and hopped like a little sparrow looking for food. Not long after, she bought a bunch of random trinkets and happily held them in her bosom. As she walked, she saw a stall that sold all kinds of accessories made from cow horns. It seemed that she was tempted again. She stopped and held a bunch of useless trinkets that she wouldn't even look at after buying them. She tilted her head and her beautiful big eyes flashed. No one knew what she was thinking. At this time, a joyful voice suddenly called out, "Big Sister Sun Air! Big Sister Sun Air!" On the road ahead, a little girl caught sight of her, and ran towards her with a cry of joy, leaving the old woman who was following her far behind. "Ha! Little Xuelian, I was just about to go find you." When the girl in white saw the little girl running towards her, she immediately beamed with joy. She quickly walked up to her and handed all the things in her arms to the little girl. The little girl was so flustered that she hurriedly covered her dress. The girl in white, who had an empty hand, intimately pinched the little girl's pink cheeks and said with a smile, "Oh, you've grown taller again. It looks like you'll soon be my sister-in-law." When the little girl heard her teasing, her face immediately turned into a cute red apple. The little girl's eyebrows were like a painting. She was happy and angry at the same time. Although she was only 12 or 13 years old, she was already a beauty. It seemed that if she grew a few years older, she would really grow into a beautiful young lady. Yang Fan was leading his horse and was about to walk past them, but when he heard them talking and laughing, he curiously looked at them. He immediately stopped and his eyes opened wide in amazement. If it wasn't for the young lady in white calling him Xuelian, even if he walked face to face with this little girl, he wouldn't necessarily be able to recognize her. However, he had already heard the name Xuelian and looked at her appearance. Although a girl would change 18 times between childhood and womanhood, this little girl Xuelian still hadn't grown up yet, so he could vaguely see some familiar charm. Yang Fan was extremely surprised. Why would Yang Longzhong's family appear here? Chapter 500. After being teased by Sun Air, Xuelian immediately became bashful. Rolling up the corner of her clothes, she stamped her feet and said, "No, Sun Er Jeje always teases me when we see each other." Sun Er laughed, revealing her white teeth. She rocked back and forth as she said, "Haha, it's so fun to see you being shy. You are my future sister-in-law. You call me Jeje now, but when you marry into my family, I will have to call you little sister-in-law. And I haven't seen you for a year and you've grown even prettier. When I go back, I will tell my little brother. He will definitely like it." Shuelyan was still young and her face was as red as a flower. She did not want to continue this topic and hurriedly said, "Sun Er Jeje, when did you come? Why didn't you come to my house?" At this time, the old man had already caught up. He also recognized Sun Er and respectfully bowed, saying, "This old servant greets Sun Er." Sun Er nodded at the old man, then said to Shuelyan, "I came here this time to play with you." Coincidentally, some imperial envoy came to the imperial court. As soon as my father arrived, he was captured by Governor Luo to accompany him in drinking. Originally, father wanted me to accompany him, but I felt bored and stayed in Governor Luo's residence for a while before sneaking out. I was just about to go to your house. Hearing this, Yang Fan walked over to them. It was not easy for Yang Fan to find out Huang Jingrong's whereabouts. Since Shuelyan's family was here, perhaps he could use them to find out some of Imperial Censor Huang's whereabouts. When he heard this Sun Er say that her father went to drink with the Imperial envoy, he made up his mind. "Miss Shuelyan," Yang Fan called out. Sun Er and Shuelyan turned around at the same time and saw a young man standing there with a pleasantly surprised expression. Shuelyan looked at Yang Fan and hesitantly said, "You are—" Yang Fan laughed and said, "Miss Shuelyan doesn't recognize me? Do you still remember the worker who was thrown into your pond back in Luoyang? And the big brother you hid in the street lamp?" "Ah." Shuelyan pointed at Yang Fan, her mouth opened wider and wider. After a long while, she suddenly cried out in surprise, "I remember! So it's you. Why are you here?" Shuelyan jumped up and down twice. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she hurriedly handed all the things in her skirt to the old woman. She reached out and pulled Yang Fan to the side of the road. Seeing that he was still holding onto a horse, she whispered, "You still have a horse to ride? From the looks of it, you're not a criminal who was exiled here, are you?" Yang Fan was startled and said in surprise, "Of course not. Why was I exiled here?" Shuelyan looked left and right and her voice grew softer. "Then, you committed a crime in Luoyang and fled here?" When Yang Fan heard this, he suddenly realized that in this era, there were very few people who would travel far from home. Coupled with the inconvenience of transportation, it was even rarer for people to travel thousands of miles to a foreign land. Moreover, Luoyang was the capital, and he was from Luoyang. There was no reason for him to leave the capital and wander in a foreign land. When Shuelyan's family left the capital, he had yet to make a name for himself. In Shuelyan's memory, he was still a small worker in the Xiaowen workshop. How could he have the ability to travel thousands of miles to appear here? Since he wasn't exiled here as a criminal, he could only have committed a crime and escaped the capital. Yang Fan's mind flashed as he replied, "Yes, Miss Shuelyan is still as smart as ever. I indeed escaped here. You know Miss Pasta, right?" "What? You don't know?" "Miss Pasta is the girl who sells pasta soup in the second alley of our Xiaowen workshop's cross street. One day, she was selling noodles in an alley and was seen by a rich family's son. The rich family's son coveted her beauty and tried to touch her. You know that I like to fight for justice the most. I beat the bad guy down with a few punches and kicks. In the end, I accidentally knocked over the pot of soup and scalded the boy until a layer of skin was peeled off. This time, I got into big trouble and had no choice but to escape from the capital." Yang Fan didn't even blink as he made up a bunch of lies. Hearing this, Shuelyan felt both admiration and sympathy for him. She simply regarded him as a great hero. When Sun Er saw her future sister-in-law talking so intimately with that handsome Han man and looking at him with adoration in her eyes, alarm bells immediately went off in her heart. She couldn't help but ask the old man, "Does this man know your miss?" The old man was a servant that Xuelian's family had hired after they moved here. He looked at Yang Fan and shook his head in confusion. This old servant doesn't know this person. When Sun Er heard this, she immediately swung her long legs and walked over. She placed herself in between Yang Fan and Xuelian. Puffing out her chest, she raised her chin and fiercely said to Yang Fan, "Hey! What do you do?" Yang Fan and Xuelian were whispering to each other, so they weren't far from each other. When Sun Er inserted herself in between them, her twin peaks, which were too tall and straight for her age, almost brushed against Yang Fan's body. Yang Fan promptly took a step back and said, "Oh, this one is an old friend of Miss Xuelian's from the capital. I am very happy to meet you here. May I know who this young lady is?" Xuelian pulled on Sun Er's sleeve and made her bend down. She whispered in Sun Er's ear for a while before Sun Er suddenly understood. Xuelian smiled sweetly at Yang Fan and said, "Brother Yang, I am still young and can't make decisions at home. I can't promise to take you in. However, since you don't have a place to go, you might as well come with me. My family has an empty house to rent out." Yang Fan promptly expressed his thanks. Miss Sun Er glared at him as if to show off. She pulled on Xuelian's arm and whispered, "Silly girl, why do you take in just anyone? I think he has a glib tongue and doesn't seem like a good person." Yang Fan pretended not to hear. He listened to Xuelian explain in a small voice, "Sister Sun Er, you misunderstand. He is a good person. This time, he was arrested by the authorities because he did a good deed." She then turned her head and asked, "Brother Yang, has the Xiaowen workshop been well these past few years?" Yang Fan led his horse to catch up. I told her some of the trifling matters that have happened in the Xiaowen workshop these past few years. The Zhang family lost a sow, the Li family adopted a grandson, and Xiao Qianyue, who lives under the elm tree on the west side of Cross East Main Street, found his wife with a black face, big mouth, protruding teeth, and fierce eyes. She is even pregnant with a baby. Miss Xuelian might not know all of these people, but she still listened with great interest. Through Yang Fan's narration, she recalled every little detail of the Xiaowen workshop. Yang Fan casually picked up some anecdotes from the streets and told them to her. He then asked her about what happened after she moved out of the Xiaowen workshop. Miss Xuelian softly sighed, her face revealing a sadness that didn't match her age. When Yang Mingxing was the Minister of Justice, he was Zhou Xing's most capable subordinate. Under Zhou Xing's instructions, he created a large number of unjust prisons, causing the destruction of countless families. Later on, he died, but Zhou Xing was still alive. No one dared to do anything to the Yang family. However, once Zhou Xing died, the counterattack against the Yang family began. Fortunately, Yang Mingxing died early. Zhou Xing was convicted of treason and fell from power. If Yang Mingxing had not died, he would have been beheaded. The male members of the family would have been executed and the women would have been sent to be government slaves. Now that Yang Mingxing's crimes were cleared, the authorities did not pursue the matter of the Yang family's orphans and widows. Many of Zhou Xing's capable officials were removed from their positions. Their family members either became government slaves or were sent to Jiaoji. Because Yang Mingxing died early, the Yang family was forgotten by these people who were trying to clean up Zhou Xing's remaining forces. However, although these people had forgotten, the people who had been persecuted by Yang Mingxing had not. Some of the people who had been persecuted by Yang Mingxing were more soft-hearted, thinking that Yang Mingxing had already received his just deserts. Since the Yang family was only left with an orphan and widows, it was fine that the crime did not extend to the family. However, there were others who did not think so. Their families had been destroyed by Yang Mingxing, and the blood feud between their parents, wife, and children ran deep. How could they let the matter rest so easily? Even though Yang Mingxing was dead, his wife and children were still alive. Some of them came to the Yang family to cause trouble and vent their anger, while others used their remaining connections in the bureaucracy to try to drag the Yang family into Zhou Xing's rebellion. The Yang family had sent gifts to the imperial censorate several times, and had almost emptied their family's wealth. But they still couldn't avoid being threatened, and could only flee back to their hometown. Yang Mingxing was from Shu, and his hometown was in the Feng province of the Jiannan province. Most of the Yang family's assets had been destroyed in the fire. Coupled with the gifts they had sent out, they did not have much money left. Xuelian's maternal grandfather was a wealthy merchant, and it was easy for him to provide for his daughter and granddaughter. However, since they had to return to their hometown with their husband, it was impossible for him to provide them with any financial support. Xuelian's mother's dowry had also been destroyed in the fire, and when she first arrived in Jiannan, her life was extremely difficult. It was fortunate that her cousin was an infatuated man, and he actually followed her all the way to the Feng province. The Yang clan was already in ruins, and no one cared about the lives of Xuelian and her daughter. Even if she wanted to marry someone, they wouldn't interfere. Thus, the two of them became husband and wife, and they started a business in the Feng province. After a few years, they managed to accumulate some savings. In truth, Xuelian's stepfather was indeed her biological father. After Xuelian's mother told her the truth, there wasn't much estrangement between father and daughter. After all, back then, Yang Mingxing had already suspected that his daughter wasn't his biological father, and he didn't treat her well at all. As a result, the two of them didn't have a deep father-daughter relationship. Some of the goods of the Yang clan were bought from the white barbarian tribe that Sun Er belonged to. As time went by, Xuelian's father tried to curry favor with the tribe's chief, Kan Qi. Later, Xuelian's father even intended to marry his daughter to Kan Qi's youngest son, Kan Jinjia. Kan Qi had seen Xuelian and liked this little girl very much, so he readily agreed. Thus, the two families became in-laws. Sun Er was the youngest daughter of the chief of this tribe, and he had always doted on her. When she heard that her little brother had a wife, she clamored to follow her father when he came to the Feng province for the second time. She hit it off with Xuelian at first sight, and they became good friends. Yang Fan didn't expect that Xuelian's family would also undergo earth-shaking changes in the past few years, and he couldn't help but sigh. When Xuelian left Luoyang, she was still young and inexperienced. After arriving here, she was influenced by the local customs and became frank and daring. Unlike the women in Luoyang, she didn't cover up her family's scandals, so she was very frank about her experiences in the past few years. When Yang Fan heard that Xuelian wasn't Yang Mingxing's biological daughter, he felt a little less guilty. He also heard that if Yang Mingxing hadn't been killed, the fate of Xuelian and her daughter would have been 10 times more miserable than today, so he felt more at ease. As the two talked, Sun Er kept a vigilant eye on Yang Fan. When they arrived at the Yang family, Xuelian said, "Brother Yang, the government here doesn't care at all. Even if someone knows that you're a fugitive, they won't care. There are many fugitives here, so you can rest assured and stay here. I'll arrange a place for you to stay." Before Xuelian could finish, Sun Er took her hand and said to the old woman, "Arrange a place for this person to stay. Remember to ask him for rent first, so that he won't leave without saying goodbye." After saying that, Sun Er pulled Xuelian away, and her voice was low enough for Yang Fan to hear. "Xuelian, you have to be careful with this kind of person. Some scumbags like to trick their acquaintances. Don't blame me for not warning you." Chapter 501. Sun Er did not have a good impression of Han people. She had only come into contact with 3 kinds of Han people: officials, businessmen, and those who had committed crimes in the Central Plains and fled here. The officials were greedy by nature, and the businessmen were too cunning. Not to mention those fugitives, they were all scum. Since this Yang Fan was a fugitive, in Sun Er's opinion, he must also be a scum, at most a scum that was not too ugly. She did not believe the reason that Yang Fan told Shuelyan. In her eyes, this little sister-in-law was naive, innocent, and easily deceived. And this Han person looked too dangerous. In order to have more children to inherit power and property, and to ensure that the succession of power would always be carried out within the headman's family, the headman would have many wives and concubines. Having dozens of wives and concubines was considered rare, and some headmen had hundreds of wives and concubines. In order to ensure that wealth and power could be inherited by their real children, the barbarians set up strict rules. Once there was any behavior that violated the rules of marriage, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, they would be killed. Even if they were born into a noble family, they would be exiled to the land of plague and never return. Shuelyan was already married to her little brother, so she was afraid that something would happen to her little sister-in-law. The result of her overflowing protectiveness was that she would drag Shuelyan away and make her spend less time with this unreliable man. Yang Fan saw that this white barbarian girl had a deep prejudice against him, so he could only smile bitterly and follow the old man to the side courtyard. This old house was really not small, but it was old enough. The roof was overgrown with grass. Except for the main house where the head of the family lived, most of the houses built around the main house were dilapidated. Now, in order to rent them out, they only patched the roof to prevent leakage and repaired the walls to prevent ventilation. Perhaps the old man also felt that since this guest was acquainted with his miss, this kind of accommodation was a little poor, so he looked a little embarrassed and hesitated when talking about the rent. Yang Fan did not care much, as long as he had a place to live. The most important thing was that not only was Shuelyan a local, but she could also help him inquire about a lot of information that he might not be able to obtain. Shuelyan's acquaintance, Sun Er, was the daughter of a certain barbarian chieftain. Since her father had the qualifications to attend the banquet to welcome the imperial envoy, he should be able to obtain more information. This was enough. So, Yang Fan happily paid for the room and the horse, and asked the old man to take care of the horse. When the old man left, Yang Fan lay down on the empty bed and let out a long sigh. Along the way, he was afraid that if he was one step late, countless lives would fall under Huang Jingrong's butcher knife. Therefore, he traveled day and night. Even though his body was sturdy, by this time he was about to fall apart. Yang Fan did not notice that he had just arrived at this place. He should not have known anyone here, but not only did he bump into Yang Shuelyan, he also bumped into another old friend. While he and Yang Shuelyan were chatting on the way to the Yang family, he had already been noticed by that person. After Yang Fan entered the Yang family residence, that person stopped under the eaves of a house across the street. He looked around, pretending to look for someone, but secretly stared at Yang Fan's movements. This person wore a gray pointed felt hat with a curled brim and had a blue and white striped felt draped over his body. His feet were dark and dirty, and he looked to be around 30 years old. His face was covered with green stubble, making his cheeks seem abnormally thin. Looking at his clothes, he seemed to be in dire straits. His bare feet and felt attire was the same as many of the people of the local minority tribes, so he did not attract any attention. Even if Yang Fan were to walk face to face with him, he would most likely not give him a second glance. But if Yang Fan could recognize who he was, he would definitely be shocked. Compared to Shuelyan, who had changed 18 times between childhood and womanhood, this person had changed even more thoroughly. Even if he personally revealed his identity, Yang Fan still found it hard to believe that this person was actually the elegant, refined, powdered, and flower hairpin young master Lu Junfan. Back then, Lu Junfan had happily planned to go to Dunhuang to be the son-in-law of a noble's daughter in the minister's mansion that An Nu had rented. In the end, he had waited and waited, but his sweetheart had never appeared with her father and brother. Lu Junfan had become a scapegoat, and all the money he had earned from selling his ancestral home had been used to compensate Wu Sanxi. Lu Junfan, on the other hand, had been beaten 40 times by the Luoyang government and had been lying in jail for 3 days, groaning and groaning. Before his buttocks had recovered, he had been dragged along the road and sent to Feng province to be a bandit. This brother Lu was penniless, so how could he have the money to bribe the 2 officials who escorted him to eat and drink all the way? Without money, he had suffered a lot along the way. Fortunately, he had been lucky enough to survive and not die on the road. After arriving in Feng province, he had met a benefactor. He had hit it off at first sight with a burly, gorilla-like chief who had thick eyebrows and big eyes. The chief took good care of him, so Lu Junfan did not suffer much when he was banished to the army. It was just that during the first few days he had been in the army, he always walked like a duck with his buttocks swaying back and forth, which looked rather strange. Lu Junfan was sentenced to 5 years of banishment, and the old soldier who had hit it off with him 2 years ago retired. Lu Junfan had completed his military service last year. After he was released, he settled down here and no longer thought about returning to Luoyang. Living in Luoyang was not easy. He was penniless, so life would only be more difficult if he returned to Luoyang. Moreover, he did not even have travel expenses, so he could not afford to travel thousands of miles. Therefore, Lu Junfan stayed in Feng province and soon mingled with a group of fugitives who had escaped from the Central Plains. They specialized in reselling goods from Feng province to Tubo and smuggling goods from Tubo to Feng province. Now that the relationship between Tubo and the Great Zhou dynasty was tense, border trade had long been stopped. Although it was risky for them to do this, as long as they succeeded once, they would still earn a lot. However, Lu Junfan had neither influence nor capital. He was just a small errand boy. The majority of the money he earned from smuggling was taken away by his leader. His earnings were barely enough for him to make ends meet. Occasionally, he would go to a brothel with its half-closed door. It's him. It must be him. I can't be wrong. Lu Junfan stood under the eaves, his face horribly twisted, and his eyes filled with hatred. He clenched his teeth and sneered, "Xiaohing? The Dunhuang clan? Humph, you could have taken the road to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell. Now that you're in my territory, I'll teach you a lesson." Lu Junfan left quietly after confirming that Yang Fan had rented a room in this family. "Brother Yang." Shuel Yin sneaked into Yang Fan's residence, looked back and gently closed the door. She playfully stuck out her tongue at Yang Fan, and then took something out of her bosom. Her bosom was bulging, and it was unknown what she was holding. When she took it out, it was an oiled paper bag. Yang Fan was lying down to rest, but when he heard the noise, he quickly sat up and happily said, "Miss Shuel Yin." Shuel Yin walked to his side and said apologetically, "Brother Yang, I'm really sorry. People say that they meet an old friend in a foreign land, but now that I've met an old friend, I can't take care of you. I'm asking you to live in a house like this, and I'm even charging you for it." Yang Fan smiled. "It's nothing. I think it's pretty good. The place I used to live wasn't even as clean as yours. If I hadn't met you, I might have wandered around for a long time without being able to find a place to live. What are you holding in your hand?" Shuel Yin secretly laughed. "This is a smoked rabbit. It's very tasty. I just secretly picked it from under the eaves of the back room. I'll give it to you to try." Yang Fan quickly said, "That's not good. If your mother finds out, she might beat you. Quickly return it." Shuel Yin indifferently waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, my mother won't beat me. If she really wants to beat me, I'll tell my father. My father dotes on me more than my mother. He won't let my mother beat me. You keep this smoked rabbit. When you have nothing to do, you can tear it and eat it. It's very boring." Shuel Yin said and put the smoked rabbit next to his bed. Yang Fan said with a smile, "Thank you. Later I'll go to the market and see if there's anything fun. You gave me a gift, so I should return the favor. Oh right, where's that girl in white? She looked at me like she was looking at a thief." Didn't she stop you from coming to see me? Schwellian giggled and said, You're talking about Sister Sunair. She's like this. Just now her father came over. She went to accompany her father and my father to talk. That's why I took the opportunity to run out. Yang Fan remembered Sun Er's teasing of Schwellian in the market. He couldn't help but laugh. Is what Sun Er said true? You're already engaged. Your husband is Sun Er's elder brother? What kind of headman do you think her father is? He's very powerful here. When Yang Fan asked, Schwellian's face blushed a little. Yes. My father helped me arrange a marriage. I haven't seen Sister Sun Er's little brother yet. Her father is a headman, but he's not from here. Their tribe seems to be further south. I don't know. In any case, here, the leaders of tribes with dozens of people are called headmen. The leaders of tribes with hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of people are also called headmen. There are as many big and small headmen as there are officials crossing the river. Who knows how big her father's tribe is? Maybe it's just a small village. Yang Fan said with a smile, It doesn't look like it. Just look at that Sun Er's extravagance. Just look at that Sun Er's appearance. You should know that her brother must be very handsome. I'll congratulate you in advance for finding such a good son-in-law. The blush on Schwellian's face that had just subsided returned. Embarrassed, she said, Who knows? Sister Sun Er already said that she looks like her mother. As for what her little brother looks like, I don't know. Yang Fan said, The wives and concubines of a headman are naturally extremely beautiful. If her little brother is Xiaomu, he must be very handsome. If it's Xiaomu, is this headman handsome? Schwellian blinked her eyes and thought for a moment, then said, Oh, I can't tell. Uncle's face is full of wrinkles. He looks very old. Yang Fan took the opportunity to say, Why don't I help you take a look? I'm a person who is good at reading faces. Just by looking at his current appearance, I can tell if he was handsome when he was young. But, if we sneak over and eavesdrop on his conversation with your father, won't we make him angry? Schwellian said indifferently, What does that matter? You are my friend. Uncle dotes on me the most. Come, I'll take you there. Schwellian also seemed to think that this matter was very interesting. She flashed to the door and looked out like a thief. Then she waved at Yang Fan. The two of them, one in front and one behind, sneaked out. Chapter 502. The house of Schwellian's family was a house with a wooden frame. There were 6 courtyards in the whole house, but only 2 courtyards were in the front and back. 4 of the courtyards were connected to the main house, so each courtyard was connected to a courtyard. The whole courtyard was square like a big seal. In feng shui it was called one seal. This house was not the ancestral property of the Yang family. Schwellian's mother remarried her cousin, so how could the Yang family give her the ancestral property as a dowry? This was a house bought by the husband and wife after they made a fortune in business. The ancestors of the original owner of this house were officials, but they had declined in this generation. The one seal house did not protect the descendants of this family from becoming officials and making a fortune. Now it became a family of merchants. Schwellian's biological father's surname was Chen, and his first name was Du. After Chen Du bought this dilapidated old house, he renovated the main house. Now, the main house with 2 courtyards in the middle was his family's residence. Schwellian stealthily led Yang Fan to the courtyard of the second courtyard. They took a detour from the side courtyard, so the servants in the house saw them. Although they thought Yang Fan was a stranger, they didn't think much of it when they saw their misleading them. Schwellian arrived at the courtyard of the second courtyard of the main residence. She poked her head out to take a look under the cover of the pillars and the flowers and trees in the courtyard. She turned around and waved at Yang Fan. Yang Fan quickly caught up with her. There were a few rattan chairs in the courtyard. From Yang Fan's point of view, he saw an old man wearing a white robe with a white turban on his head and white leggings. There were red, yellow, orange, and pink patterns on the corners of his clothes and trousers. The old man looked really old. His hair and beard were white, and the wrinkles on his face were especially thick. There were 2 red earrings on his ears. As he spoke, they shook violently, making his wrinkled face look even thinner. Sun-Er was sitting on the rattan chair beside him. She looked around and ignored her father's conversation. However, she had probably been reprimanded by her father for leaving the banquet without permission. Although her face was filled with impatience, she did not stand up and leave. Xuelian's biological father, Chundiu, was sitting with his back facing Yang Fan, so he couldn't see his face for a while. When Yang Fan saw this man, he felt a little strange. He was already so old. Although he looked energetic, how could his daughter be so young? According to age, it would be more appropriate to say that Sun-Er was his granddaughter. However, when he thought about the attitude of these leaders towards having more wives and concubines, Yang Fan felt relieved. This white-clothed old man was naturally the leader of the white barbarians. Although he was old and his figure wasn't tall, his voice was extremely loud and clear. Moreover, he spoke in standard Chinese. Hey! This old man has always felt that the officials here are greedy and black-hearted. I thought that an angel from the imperial court would be a little different. I didn't expect that he would be the same kind of trash, or even more black-hearted than them. The voice of the white barbarian leader was extremely loud. If one couldn't hear what he was saying, they would think that he was quarreling with someone. He grabbed the teapot and fiercely gulped down a mouthful of tea. He turned his head and said to his daughter, "Add more salt, it's too bland." The leader handed the teapot to his daughter, then turned to Chundiu and said in a loud voice, "This old man heard that the newly arrived provincial governor Zhang is a good and honest official. It's just that I haven't had any dealings with him before. When I went to welcome the imperial envoy today, I didn't see him. It was said that he had gone out of the provincial capital on official business and hadn't returned yet. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen him either. He must also have an undeserved reputation." Chundiu said, "Why do you say that, Elder Sun? This imperial envoy has just arrived in Mengzhou, and today, the officials of Mengzhou are holding a banquet to welcome him. He wouldn't ask for money from Elder Sun in public, right?" The leader spat and said, You'll never be able to imagine how thick-skinned and black-hearted those officials are. He had just arrived in Mengzhou, and already asked for a bribe from me in front of so many officials. Not only did he ask for a bribe, he even did it in a righteous and open manner. When that angel with the surname Huang heard that this old man was the leader of a tribe in Yaozhou, he immediately smiled, and said that he had long heard that Yaozhou was rich in gold sand and mountain gold. The current empress believes in Buddhism and is the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha. She wants me to cast a pure gold Maitreya Buddha that he wants to bring back to the capital to present to the empress. It sounds nice, but in the end it will still end up in his own pocket. Chundiu frowned and said, "It's not easy to deal with him using this kind of pretense. If he only wants it, there's no harm in casting a small gold Buddha and giving it to him. But since he said he wanted to present it to the Empress, it won't look good if the gold Buddha is small. This person is a little too greedy. Did Elder Sun agree to it?" The old man snorted and said, "If it's really close, maybe this old man will agree to it. But guess how big the gold Buddha he wants?" The old man's hands were like hugging Tai Chi and drew a big circle in an exaggerated manner. He said, "Here. It's just this big." He said he wants to cast such a big gold Buddha so that this old man can show his loyalty to the Empress. This old man's clansmen have to dig in the mountains and dig in the sand. If they don't eat, drink, or wear anything for a whole 5 years, they would only be able to accumulate so much gold. He really dares to ask for it? Chundiu said in shock. He wants such a big gold Buddha? Heavens! He really dares to ask, then. Did Elder Sun agree to it? The old man glared and said, "Agree? How can I agree? Our entire clan, men and women, don't eat or drink. Do we all go with our butts bare? Nanzhao and Tubo often send troops to harass our clan. Are we not going to buy or forge our armors and weapons anymore? As if this old man would agree to it. This old man didn't say anything and just lifted his butt and left. Yang Fan thought, so this old man is called Sun Qi. Sun seems to be a common surname in the southwest. Chen Diu sighed and said, sigh. With Elder Sun's temper, he doesn't know how to hold back. If you were to offend him, you might bring trouble to yourself. Even if Elder Sun doesn't agree to it, you should at least put it in a more tactful manner. Now that you've embarrassed him in front of everyone, he will probably hate you to the core and find trouble with you in the future. Sun Qi sneered coldly, what future? Hearing his inhumane words, the old man immediately turned around and left. But the next moment, he said something along the lines of, I came to Jianan to investigate a case of rebellion. Do you think this old man can't tell that he's trying to intimidate the tiger? Chen Yu became even more worried upon hearing those words. He sighed and complained about Sun Qi's temper. Sun Qi glanced at him and said nonchalantly, you don't have to worry about this old man. Here, this old man is the local tyrant. Even if this old man gives him face, he's still an imperial envoy. If this old man doesn't give him face, he's just a fart. From the looks of it, Sun Qi really didn't think much of Huang Jingrong. After complaining for a while, he changed the topic. Seeing that there was no more news to listen to, Yang Fan gestured to Shuelyan, and the two of them left silently. As Yang Fan walked away, he thought, that fellow Huang Jingrong sure is greedy. Just because he's an imperial envoy, he's gotten carried away. These chieftains are all arrogant and unruly people, so who would be afraid of him? However, if he only wants to plunder under the guise of investigating criminals, then it'll be easy to deal with. As long as he doesn't kill innocent people, we can slowly plan other things. Shuelyan followed Yang Fan away and saw that he was deep in thought. At first, she endured it, but when they reached Yang Fan's residence and he didn't say anything, Shuelyan couldn't help but tug on his sleeve and ask in a small voice, Brother Yang, you've seen Uncle Sun's appearance. If Sister Sun Er's little brother looks like him, do you think he'll be very handsome? And, Yang Fan came to his senses and hurriedly nodded. That's right, that's right. Just by looking at Uncle Sun Qi's appearance, I can tell that when he was young, he must have been elegant and handsome. If Miss Sun Er's elder brother looks exactly like your father, then Miss Shuelyan will definitely find a handsome son-in-law, an ideal Mr. Right, haha. Is that so? Miss Shuelyan beamed with joy. If Sister Sun Er and Brother Yang say so, then the person I'm going to marry is really not bad. In the Feng Prefecture governor's manner, Huang Jingrong picked up a cup of hot tea and took a sip. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, he tasted almost all the flavors at once. He frowned and really couldn't stand the taste of the tea, so he casually put it to the side, his expression still somewhat resentful. Governor Luo smiled. Imperial Censor Huang came from the capital and doesn't know the situation in this prefecture. Those barbarian leaders belong to the imperial court in name, but in reality, they are like independent kings. They are used to being unreasonable and don't know the laws of the imperial court or the dignity of an imperial envoy. Imperial Censor Huang, don't lower yourself to their level. Governor Luo's name was Luo Shudao. He was a third-rank secondary-class military general and was more than one rank higher than Huang Jingrong. However, for those who came from the capital, no matter how high or low their official rank was, the officials outside would not dare to easily offend them. Even if they were a seventh-ranked official, they would often circle around the emperor. Who knows, they might even be able to pass a message to the emperor. The imperial censor was infamous, so Luo Shudao didn't dare to take it lightly. Speaking of which, Feng Prefecture was a Jimmy prefecture, so Luo Shudao didn't need to be so afraid of the imperial court officials. Jimmy Prefecture referred to the border prefectures that didn't pay taxes to the imperial court. Local affairs were basically autonomous, and they only accepted the imperial court's administrative rule. The territory of the Tang dynasty was very large, and there were many such Jimmy prefectures. There were more than 860 of them, far more than the prefectures in the interior that the imperial court could directly control. The governor of Jimmy Prefecture, the provincial governor, and other local military and political officials were all held by the local armed leaders who represented these places when they submitted to the imperial court. Afterwards, their positions were hereditary and passed down from generation to generation, just like the headmen of the chieftains. Luo Shudao was no exception. He was passed down from father to son and from son to grandson, generation after generation until now. These kinds of officials mostly lacked respect for the imperial court. However, Feng Prefecture had submitted to the imperial court for a long time, so the degree of assimilation was slightly greater. Luo Shudao's family was no longer the same as when his ancestors were the governor of a prefecture and the leader of a clan, as well as the leader of a tribe with many valiant private soldiers. They had already degenerated into a thoroughly bureaucratic family, so their reliance on the imperial court grew stronger and stronger. Not long ago, the provincial governor of Feng Prefecture died of illness. Because he didn't have a son, his nephews all wanted to inherit his position. In the end, the imperial court issued an edict and sent a second-rate official with the surname Zhang to this place to serve as the provincial governor. For the imperial court, this was an attempt to send a second-rate official to further control Jimmy Prefecture. Once this second-rate provincial governor was stationed, the hereditary provincial governors would become history. From now on, every provincial governor would be appointed by the imperial court. This kind of infiltration was also a threat to the hereditary governor Luo, but he didn't have the courage to resist the imperial court and make decisions for the provincial governor's family. Now, facing this imperial envoy, Huang Jingrong, Luo Shudao was somewhat fearful and even wanted to curry favor with him. Seeing Huang Jingrong's unhappy expression, Luo Shudao said, "Xuanxi is a rough and uncultured person from the mountains. Imperial Censor Huang, please don't take his offense to heart. Imperial Censor has just arrived at Feng Prefecture. It's more important for you to rest and recuperate for the time being. As for that Xuanxi, I'll ask him to apologize to you another day." "There's no need." Huang Jingrong suddenly calmed down. He smiled at Luo Shudao and said, "I heard that Yaozhou is rich in gold, so I had a strange thought and wanted to persuade him to present a golden Buddha statue to your Majesty's favor. It was originally a good intention, but he refused to accept it. This imperial censor is here to investigate the case of Lu Ren's rebellion. I hope Governor Luo can cooperate." Hearing that he wasn't going to pursue the matter any further, Luo Shudao secretly heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly agreed. Huang Jingrong smiled slightly. He had already made up his mind. "I'll definitely implicate that ungrateful Xuanxi in the case of Lu Ren's rebellion. I'll take his dog's head to appease this hatred." Huang Jingrong wasn't very familiar with the situation in the southwest and didn't know just how much power these tribal headmen, who dressed like old farmers in the countryside, had. In his eyes, these headmen were no different from the rich country bumpkins. After dealing with this Xuanxi, he could kill the chicken to warn the monkey. At that time, gold, jewels would naturally roll in. As he chatted and laughed with Luo Shudao, he seemed to already see Xuanxi's head falling to the ground. Those headmen, who looked like country bumpkins, were all crying and shouting to give him money and women. After Yang Fan settled down in Chen Diyu's home, he strolled around the streets to familiarize himself with the local customs and to inquire about Huang Jingrong's movements. The small city wasn't large. A fart from an official could spread throughout the entire city in a short time. The news that Huang Jingrong's welcoming banquet had ended on bad terms and that Xuanxi's headman had left in a rage had already spread. Many of the townspeople were discussing it enthusiastically. Yang Fan also stood to the side and listened to them talk. Hearing that Huang Jingrong had already been taken into the governor's office and settled down, Yang Fan was certain that nothing would happen today. Huang Jingrong had just arrived. No matter how anxious he was to act, he had to first communicate with the local officials and obtain their assistance. Huang Jingrong had only brought a few personal bailiffs from the capital. They wouldn't be able to do much with just a few people. However, Huang Jingrong wouldn't drag things out for too long. Given this ruthless and thunderous style, if there was no movement in Feng province within 3 days, it would prove that Huang Jingrong's patrol this time was only for wealth and didn't want to kill people. This was because their investigation of Lu Ren's rebellion was something that was fabricated out of thin air. It was impossible for them to investigate in detail and find real evidence. Yang Fan decided to stay here for 3 days. If he didn't see any bloody actions from Huang Jingrong within these 3 days, he would immediately leave to see what the imperial censor in charge of the Lu Ren in Qianzhong was doing. Outside the side gate of the Chen estate, Lu Junfan had just returned. He had just chatted with the old man of the Chen estate and had gotten some information from him. He had already determined that Yang Fan was a Jianghu swindler. Now that this swindler had appeared in such a remote place, it was obvious that he had committed a crime and was wanted by the court. The words of the old man of the Chen estate also confirmed this point. He was indeed a fugitive. That was enough. Could a fugitive with no roots in this place escape the palm of his hand? Lu Junfan left with a cold smile. He had made up his mind that he would inflict all the humiliation and pain he had suffered over the years on Yang Fan. Chapter 503. Sun Qi was the chief of the white barbarian tribe in the Yao province of Jiannan. There were very few who knew that he was related to the local merchant, the Chen clan, and even fewer who knew that he was currently staying in the Chen clan. In fact, although these leaders had power and influence, in the eyes of most Han people, they were stupid and rich country bumpkins. Ordinary people who didn't know much about them really couldn't see through their identity from their clothes. Therefore, even the Chen family's neighbors only knew that the Chen family had a guest, but they didn't know the identity of this guest. Xuelian, who had already changed her surname to Chen, became Xuelian's best playmate. Sun Er, who was extremely close to Xuelian, became Xuelian's best friend. Sun Er's prejudice against Han people caused her to try to prevent Xuelian from interacting with Yang Fan. As a result, it was impossible for the nostalgic Xuelian to find Yang Fan to chat. As far as Yang Fan was concerned, he could move much more freely without Xuelian, the silly little girl's entanglement. Early in the morning, he indirectly inquired about the situation in the city from Xuelian. After asking a few questions, Sun Er impatiently pulled Xuelian away. Yang Fan tactfully left the Chen family to wander around the city under the pretext of finding a job. Yang Fan wandered around the city for the whole morning. He mainly lingered around the martial governor's office to monitor the movements of the martial governor's office. At the same time, he also learned about the living conditions of the refugees in the Feng province. At noon, Yang Fan arrived at a small shop. He casually ordered a few snacks such as smoked chicken, cured meat, and pickled fish, and ate his meal leisurely. This small restaurant was built on the street directly opposite the martial manor. With Huang Jingrong's status as an imperial envoy, if he wanted to leave the martial manor, he would definitely go through the main entrance. From here, Huang Jingrong could monitor his movements. Yang Fan finished his lunch and asked for a pot of tea. Before tea became the mainstream drink of the Tang dynasty, tea drinks in the middle of Sichuan had been popular for hundreds of years. Yang Fan had tasted tea without any seasoning at Shin Mu's place and felt that the taste was acceptable, so he specifically asked the innkeeper to brew a pot of tea for him. The afternoon weather made people a little sleepy. After lunch, the restaurant's business gradually cooled down. In the end, only Yang Fan, who was sitting at the table facing the door, was still leisurely drinking tea. Even the owner had fallen asleep on the counter. Just as Yang Fan's large pot of tea was about to be emptied, the gates of the military governor's office suddenly opened. Yang Fan immediately perked up and looked warily at the military governor's office. From the back of the military governor's office, a group of about 300 soldiers hurriedly ran over. They gathered in front of the door and lined up. The swords and spears in their hands flickered, and the cold air was oppressive. The commoners on the street immediately quieted down and moved to the side of the road. They whispered to each other and asked each other. A moment later, a few people came out of the military governor's office. Someone brought their war horses in front of them. They mounted the horses and galloped toward the main road. Hundreds of soldiers ran behind them. Yang Fan coldly swept his eyes over them and saw Huang Jingrong among the people riding on horseback. Yang Fan immediately lowered his head and pressed down on the bamboo hat he had bought this morning while wandering around the small city. He got up and walked to the counter. He bent his finger and knocked on the table. The innkeeper, who had been dreaming of the Duke of Zhou with his mouth wide open, opened his sleepy eyes and looked at him blankly. Yang Fan said, "I'll pay the bill." Hundreds of soldiers escorted Imperial Censor Huang Jingrong and the armored general next to him out of the city and toward the mountains in the southeast direction. Yang Fan, who had been tailing them all the way out of the city, guessed that the armored general was probably Luo Shu Dao, the military governor of this prefecture. Yang Fan trailed far behind the large group of soldiers. About 7 or 8 li out of the city, they gradually passed by a riverbank and grassland. Yang Fan glanced in the direction they were heading. On one side was a river, and on the other side was a continuous mountain range. There was only one road in front of them. Their only destination could only be the valley in front of them. According to the information Yang Fan had gathered from the commoners in the city, the exiled people who had been sent to this place had been settled there. Yang Fan wanted to take a shortcut, but just as he turned the corner, he suddenly felt something strange behind him. He turned his head and saw a few men with cloth wrapped around their heads and blankets draped over their shoulders. They were barefooted and dressed like local people. They were still a stone's throw away from him. Yang Fan frowned and immediately became alert. There were naturally pedestrians on this road. Along the way, Yang Fan had already seen farmers leading water buffaloes, porters pulling mules and horses, and village girls carrying bamboo baskets. But these 4 or 5 people seemed to be following him from a distance. Are they coming for me? No way. No one here knows who I am. Huang Jingrong doesn't know, and no one in Shuilian's family would notice me. Who in this prefecture would pay attention to me? If they're here to rob me, then I don't have anything valuable on me that would attract covetous eyes. Yang Fan pondered to himself and suddenly quickened his pace. On one side of the path was a tall reed pond, and on the other side was a grassland about half the height of a man. In the middle of the path was a rugged and uneven path. It was not suitable for carriages or horses, so it could only be walked. Yang Fan hurried for a while. When he came to a relatively straight section of the road, he suddenly turned his head and saw the figures of those people again. He saw the figures of those people again. They were still behind him. When they saw him turn around, one of them subconsciously wanted to dodge. Sure enough, they're coming for me. Yang Fan's curiosity was piqued. He really didn't understand why someone would pay attention to him in a place like this, and what their purpose was. An idea came to Yang Fan's mind, and he suddenly changed from walking to running. The people following him became anxious and immediately chased after him with large strides. The two groups of people ran as fast as they could, startling flocks of birds and wild ducks in the reed. After running for a while, Yang Fan suddenly stopped and ducked into the reeds on the side of the road. He wanted to wait for those people to catch up so he could intercept them and ask them why. To his surprise, when he parted the reeds, he saw 2 children squatting in the reeds. They were a boy and a girl. The girl was slightly older and dressed like a village girl. She wasn't very pretty, but she had delicate features. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and she carried a bamboo basket on her shoulder filled with wild vegetables. Next to her was a boy, about 6 or 7 years old. He had a strong head and a healthy ruddy face. The little boy was holding a duck egg in his hand, and the surprised smile on his face had yet to fade. It seemed that he had just picked up a wild duck egg from the reed. Suddenly seeing a man rush in from the side of the road, the little boy was a little scared. He grabbed the duck egg tightly and timidly called out, "Sister?" Then he hid behind the village girl. The village girl vigilantly stood up and threw away the plant root she had just dug out. She gripped the small wooden shovel tightly and protected the boy behind her. Seeing their ragged clothes and thinking about where they were at the moment, Yang Fan was sure that they were the children of those bandits. Looking at this pair of siblings, Yang Fan's heart ached. From this pair of siblings, he seemed to see his distant childhood. He saw the little sister who carried him up the mountain and hid him in the wild grass. Yang Fan sniffled and tried his best to put on the most friendly smile. He said in the most gentle voice, "Don't be afraid. There are a few bad guys chasing after Uncle. Uncle will beat them away. This place isn't very safe now. Little sister, quickly take your brother and leave." At this time, the few people chased after them with heavy footsteps. From the gaps in the reeds, they could already see their figures getting closer and closer. The little girl was startled. She timidly looked at Yang Fan and took her brother's little hand. She didn't dare to step on the main road, so she ran forward in the reeds one step at a time. Yang Fan turned his head and glanced at the few people who were running closer and closer. He shouted to the little girl, "Don't worry, Uncle will stop them. Take your brother and walk on the road. Be careful not to be bitten by snakes or insects." The few people caught up and heard Yang Fan's word. Then, they looked at the little girl and her brother who were running away from the reeds. They all had a puzzled look on their faces. After sizing up Yang Fan, a tall and thin man in his 40s with a long face and hooked nose turned to another person and asked, "I say, old Six, is this person really rich? Don't tell me he's a penniless bandit." A sinister look flashed in the eyes of a thin man with a centipede scar on his face. He said, "I can't be wrong. I recognize him. He's not a bandit. He's one of his relatives who was banished here. You also know that most of the bandit banished here are from the families of officials. This person is here to visit his banished relative. Do you think he didn't bring money?" This person was Lu Junfan. Back then, he was able to coax Madame Yao into working with him, so he could be considered a man of eloquence. Now that he saw that Yang Fan was in contact with a bandit, his companions who had been coaxed by him became suspicious. Suddenly, he had a bright idea and immediately made up a set of lies. Combined with the current situation, it was quite plausible. Immediately, his companions' doubts were dispelled. The few people separated and blocked Yang Fan's way. One of them was fiddling with a badly worn Ronin's sword and said in a sinister voice, "Brat, us brothers only want money. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your valuables and I will naturally spare your life. Otherwise, As he spoke, he slowly pulled out the sharp Ronin sword from its sheath to intimidate Yang Fan. Yang Fan ignored him. The reason why he was entangled with these people was that he wanted to figure out their intentions. When he found out that these people were just a group of bandits, he wanted to end the battle quickly. He had to quickly kill these fugitives and see what Huang Jingrong was up to. If Huang Jingrong wanted to kill these bandits, he had to step forward to stop her. Although he did not bring any troops with him, he could easily be suspected of defying the imperial edict to escort the princess to Chang, and if he appeared so early. But he couldn't care less. He believed that as long as he stepped forward, he would be able to stop Huang Jingrong from committing murder. The ones responsible for killing must be the local soldiers. Unless they had no other choice, they would not be willing to stain their hands with blood. After all, most of the bandits were from the families of officials. Who knew who would come back in the future? In the past, the Shangguan family had been cursed by everyone. In the end, before the men could stand up, a heroine had appeared. Although the Shangguan family had not publicly exonerated them, who would dare to slight them again? If it was not necessary, no one would ask for trouble. As long as he showed himself, Huang Jingrong was an imperial envoy, and he was also an imperial envoy. With the idea that it was better to avoid trouble, these local officials would definitely take measures that would not help either side. At that time, only Huang Jingrong and her 3 to 5 servants at the imperial envoy station would be left, and they would not be able to accomplish anything. Yang Fan was about to make a move when the words of the man with the centipede scar on his face caught his attention. Yang Fan looked at him curiously and asked, "Who are you? Do you recognize me?" Chapter 504. Seeing Yang Fan asking Lu Junfan a question, the tall and skinny man holding the Ronin's sword flew into a rage as he stood by Yang Fan's side, but Yang Fan treated him like air, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. With that, he slashed his sword toward Yang Fan. The reason why he didn't immediately kill Yang Fan was because he was worried that Yang Fan didn't bring anything valuable with him. Now that Yang Fan had angered him, how could he still think of holding back? In this kind of place, it was easier to kill a person than to kill a dog. After killing someone and throwing them into the wilderness, the officials wouldn't investigate and the people wouldn't raise a finger, so there wouldn't be any future trouble. The tall and skinny man had just raised his sword when a huge fist flew over. Bang! His nose was punched and his head buzzed, then he didn't know anything else. The others saw Yang Fan raise his hand and the tall and skinny man fell straight down. His face was covered in blood and his nose had completely collapsed into his cheeks. It was a frightening sight and they couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Immediately another person rushed over and used Black Tiger Steel's heart. Yang Fan was just about to raise his hand to block when that person suddenly lowered his body and swept his foot toward Yang Fan's lower body. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh when he saw that person's feint. Yang Fan didn't move, he just bent his knees and lowered his body. That person flew up and swept his leg toward Yang Fan's leg. Yang Fan immediately screamed in pain and hugged his calf and curled up into a ball. He used a lot of strength and looking at his calf's deformed appearance, it was most likely broken. At this time, another person took out a sharp knife from his sleeve and fiercely slashed it towards Yang Fan's chest. Yang Fan dodged to the side and raised his left leg. With a side kick, the tip of his foot hit that person's ribs. With a cracking sound, 3 of that person's ribs were broken. Blood spurted from his mouth as he fell into the weeds. The remaining 2 people were Lu Junfan and a short and stout man. When the 2 of them saw how powerful Yang Fan was, they couldn't help but be surprised. Lu Junfan hesitated and didn't dare to step forward. When the stout man saw Yang Fan looking at him, he roared and waved the Ronin's sword in his hand. The sword light carried a sharp whistling sound as it fiercely slashed towards Yang Fan's shoulder. The sword light suddenly streaked past. Yang Fan didn't seem to have enough time to dodge. With a flash of the sword light, Yang Fan's shoulder and crotch were split into 2. When Lu Junfan saw this, his heart was filled with joy, but then he felt a bit regretful. In his opinion, it was too easy for Yang Fan to die like this. Lu Junfan still had a lot of evil plans to use on him. However, after the Ronin's sword slashed the shadow, there was no burst of blood. Yang Fan's afterimage disappeared and his figure appeared 10 feet away, standing there quietly. The stout man looked as if he had seen a ghost. He was so frightened that he roared. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and brandished the Ronin's sword with all his might, slashing and slashing to strengthen his courage. Yang Fan retreated again and again. He sighed and said, "This place is ferocious and stubborn. Sure enough, people's lives are like grass." The Ronin's sword in the stout man's hand flashed with a cold light. A clump of reeds where Yang Fan was standing was cut in half. Yang Fan, who had suddenly appeared and appeared again, approached the stout man and heavily slashed his palm on the stout man's neck. Yang Fan did not show any mercy in this palm strike. The stout man's neck was almost as thick as his head, short and fat. However, when Yang Fan slashed down with his palm, it was like a sharp knife cutting a cucumber. Crack! The stout man's head softly tilted to one side. His neck bone was broken by Yang Fan's palm strike. Help! Help! A cry that sounded like a cry and a howl came from 20 feet away. Yang Fan turned his head and saw the reeds shaking violently. Clumps of reeds flew into the air, and a line of waves quickly moved in the direction of the river. Lu Junfan was scared out of his wits. He never thought that Yang Fan would be so powerful. He claimed that he had found a fat sheep and met up with his companions. He wanted to borrow their hands to kill Yang Fan, but he did not expect that his brothers would all die here. Especially when the stout man's neck was cut off by a knife, he was really scared out of his wit. Lu Junfan knew that no one would answer him if he called for help here, but he still couldn't help but cry and desperately rush to the river. The reeds here were taller than a person. Nothing could be seen in front of them, only the sound of flowing water. Lu Junfan used all his strength to charge forward. The reeds whipped his face and scratched it, but he didn't care about it. Bang! Lu Junfan ran at the fastest speed she had ever run in her life. Her legs were like wheels as she broke through the reeds and ran to the river. She ran 4 steps on the surface of the river before she fell head first into the river. She floated downstream along the rapid current. Yang Fan chased him to the river. Looking at the floating figure in the distance, he could only give up. He couldn't chase after them anymore. He didn't even have time to wake up the disfigured man and interrogate him. He didn't know if Huang Jingrong would brazenly order a massacre when she led the troops into the mountains. If he delayed any longer, it would be too late. Dongping Ao, like the Peach Blossom Village, was also a small village formed by refugees. The refugees sent by the court to various places were all settled by the local officials for easy management. These small villages formed by refugees were mostly located in remote places, separated from the villages of ordinary people. These places did not have fertile land for them to open up, so they could only open up some terraced fields, flat some vegetable gardens, and do odd jobs and make handicrafts to earn their daily necessities. Life here was the same as in the Peach Blossom Village, poor and quiet. There was no glory and splendor, but there was also no deception. The thatched cottages were built on both sides of the mountain, giving it a sense of paradise. But today, the tranquility here was broken. A group of soldiers rushed into the small village like wolves and tigers, violently driving the villagers out of their houses, courtyards and fields, and gathering them in the open space in front of the valley. There were old people, children, and women in the crowd, but the rarest people were men in their prime. Almost all of these families had committed the crime of rebellion. Before they were sent to the Peach Blossom Village, the young adults in the family had already been beheaded, and their children had not even grown up yet. The soldiers were holding swords and spears, looking very fierce. Luo Shudao stood on a big rock in front of the valley, rubbing his hands uneasily. He looked up at the majestic Huang Jingrong standing in front of him, and licked his lips. The villagers in front of the valley were terrified. The only thing they could do was hug their child tightly in their arms to give him a sense of security. However, even they were confused. They did not know what the sudden arrival of the soldiers was going to do. They did not know what had happened. Their families, their fathers, brothers, or grandfathers had all been beheaded because they opposed the Empress Dowager becoming the emperor, and their whole families had been sent to this place. They thought that they had long been forgotten by the world, and could only live and die here. What were these soldiers doing here? Some smart people had already thought of Li Xian, the crown prince of Zhanghuai. Li Xian was sent to Bazhou by his mother, and a few years later, she sent Xiu Shenji to force him to commit suicide. Was this going to happen to them? No one in this small village knew about the murder in Lingnan, but they already felt fear. At the entrance of the valley, there were hundreds of women, children, and old people, but it was very quiet. The wind blew, and the clothes of the people in the valley fluttered, just like the rustling branches of the forest. Huang Jingrong was very satisfied with this effect. Even when he was at the peak of the imperial censorate, he had never tried to control the life and death of hundreds of people with a single thought. This feeling was too wonderful. This was power, power that made people feel like they were walking on clouds. No wonder the Empress was willing to kill her own son for the throne of the Emperor. If it were him, he would also be willing. Huang Jingrong stood proudly on the rock with her hands behind her back, enjoying the fearful and reverent gazes of hundreds of people. After floating for a long time, she coughed and said, "All of you have committed serious crimes and were sent here. Originally, according to your crimes, you should have been beheaded, but the Emperor was merciful and spared you. But now there are people who have not given up, secretly colluding and inciting ignorant villagers, intending to raise flags and rebel." There was a commotion in the crowd. Huang Jingrong pressed his hands down and said sternly, "Silence. I already have concrete evidence for this matter, and I also know that those rebels are about to raise their troops. There are their accomplices among you. Because the rebels are about to rebel, you have to be taken away and watched together. I am very clear and will not let you go unjustly. The innocent among you will be released after I investigate." Hearing Huang Jingrong say this, the commotion immediately calmed down. No one would think that the imperial court would want to get rid of these harmless old, weak women and children as soon as possible, and no one would think that the imperial envoy sent by the imperial court would lie. Huang Jingrong snickered inside. It wasn't that he didn't want to immediately slaughter these people, but some of the local officials and chieftains hadn't delivered their gifts yet, so he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Moreover, the tragedy of Jade Mountain had already shaken all levels of society. Now that he was investigating this case, he couldn't not even put on a show. Looking at this group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, Huang Jingrong's smile became even more amiable. On the hillside there were two small figures crouching. They were a pair of siblings who had just run back from the reeds. They were lying there, looking in shock at the villagers who were corralled like cattle and sheep in the valley, trying their best to find their parents. "Mother, I see Mother." The child suddenly pointed at a group of people and shouted. His little butt arched, and he was about to climb up and run down the hill. "Huan, don't move." The older sister grabbed him and pressed him down, saying anxiously, "Don't go down, I don't think those soldiers are good people." The little boy asked in astonishment, "Why?" "They are soldiers, not bandits." The older sister said solemnly, "When soldiers are bad, they are even worse than bandits. In the past, our family lived in a very, very big city, and we were sent here by the soldiers. Now that they have captured all the villagers for no reason, it doesn't look like a good thing no matter how you look at it. Huan, you lie here obediently and don't move. Older sister will go down to find father and mother. If there's nothing, I'll call you back down. If something happens, you must not come out. Grandpa Shuemu, who is hunting behind the mountain ridge, likes you the most. If we are captured, you can go find Grandpa Shuemu." After the older sister finished speaking, she got up and was about to run down the hill. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from behind her and pressed heavily on her shoulder, pressing her back down to the ground. A voice rang in their ears, "You're right, they are soldiers, but sometimes soldiers can be even more bandits than bandits. At least when it's not beneficial to them, bandits won't kill indiscriminately. And bandits won't easily kill the people who provide for them. You clearly know this, so why do you still want to go down?" Chapter 505. The Cheong Lake was called the Cheong River by the Southerners. It was 20 li wide and more than 100 zhang deep. This was the record of the Cheong Lake in the Book of the Later Han. The Cheong Lake was the Cheong Lake. The people who were taken away by Huang Jingrong were now standing on the shore of the Cheong Lake, where the water was shallow and not suitable for boats. The water and sky of the Cheong Lake were one color and the scenery was very beautiful. Unfortunately, these people were not here to enjoy the scenery, so they all looked anxious. Uncle, the sister and brother looked at Yang Fan together. They were young and did not have the power to save their relative. When they found a powerful and kind person, they naturally thought of him as their savior. They followed the people who were taken away to this place. Because he had to monitor Huang Jingrong's movements and take care of the two children, Yang Fan did not have time to go back and interrogate the fugitives with broken noses and broken ribs. He let them fend for themselves. On the way, Yang Fan had already asked the sister and brother for their names. They were surnamed Gu. The elder sister was called Gu Yuan and the younger brother was called Gu Huan. He was not too clear about their family background. Commoners were generally unwilling to tell their children about their past. At least, they were unwilling to talk too much about the past before they grew up. When they were banished, the sister and brother were still young and did not know much about their family background. Yang Fan thought, Huang Jingrong gathered the people here and did not even allow them to bring their bedding. It is obvious that she wants to kill them. She did not make her move immediately because she wants to show that she has investigated the matter to avoid being attacked when she returns to the court. If I appear now, there will be no problem here. But when the news reaches the capital, the time I appear here will not match. If I escorted the princess to Chang'an, even if I rushed here at top speed, I would not be able to appear here so quickly. The Empress hates people who deceive her the most, especially when she lives deep in the palace and relies on external officials for information and actions. She is even more afraid of this. If she finds out that I am pretending to obey but secretly disobeying, the consequences will be dire. Since Huang Jingrong is not in a hurry to make a move, I will wait for 2 more days. Thinking of this, Yang Fan said to the siblings, the two of you don't have to worry. The authorities have locked up your parents and so many other villagers here to investigate a case of rebellion. Perhaps they will let your parents go after the investigation is completed. You two come with me first. Uncle will keep an eye on them. If they want to harm your parents, Uncle will go and save them. Gu Yuan blinked her eyes. She felt that this uncle's words were insincere, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Her younger brother, Gu Huan, was still young, but he didn't think too much. He wanted to run over to accompany his parents, but his sister wouldn't let him. Now, he could only listen to Yang Fan's arrangements. Yang Fan and the others continued to wait on the side until Huang Jingrong left a portion of the soldiers to watch over the refugees while she and Luo Shudao returned to the city. Only then did Yang Fan bring the Gu siblings back to the city. Huang Jingrong checked the name list and discovered that a pair of siblings was missing. They were just 2 children, so he didn't take them to heart. Killing 2 more or 2 less wouldn't affect him much. He didn't have the time to wait in the valley and send out people to search for them. He could just pretend that these 2 people didn't exist. After returning to the provincial capital, Huang Jingrong asked for the name list again and seriously studied it. As for the background of these exiled people, he had to find out more about them. If there really were any exiled people who had old friends or relatives who were officials in the imperial court and had great power, then he would get rid of this family. There was no need to offend people who should not be offended. In addition, he needed to understand these people's backgrounds so that he could make the crime of rebellion sound plausible. Oh? The family of the former vice-chancellor of the Ministry of Justice, Li Yueying, was also sent here? Huang Jingrong suddenly flipped to a very familiar name and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This vice-chancellor of the Ministry of Justice, Li Yueying, had passed the same imperial examinations as him. Later on, they were both in the 3 departments of law, so they were very familiar with each other. How could Luo Shudao remember the identities of so many people? He gave a random reply. Huang Jingrong looked at the name list and smiled. He stroked his beard and said with a sigh, Vice-Chancellor Li was beheaded because he colluded with Zhou Xing and Qiu Shenji to rebel. His family was sent to the desolate border. Turns out they ended up here. This official and Li Yueying passed the imperial examinations in the same year. 20 years later, one life and one death, one official and one prisoner, the fate of life really is. Luo Shudao was astonished. Imperial Censor Huang has friendly relations with this vice-chancellor Li? Huang Jingrong chuckled and said with a deep voice, "The two of us were imperial examinations in the same year and worked in the 3 departments of law, so naturally, we have a great friendship." Huang Jingrong's words had a deeper meaning. Unfortunately, Luo Shudao didn't understand. Li Yueying and Huang Jingrong were imperial examinations in the same year and both worked in the 3 departments of law, so they were indeed very familiar with each other. Unfortunately, while friends were familiar, enemies could also be familiar. After the two of them entered the government, they both worked in the 3 departments of law and their relationship was not bad at first. Later on, 2 new political stars rose up, one called Zhou Xing and the other called Lai Junqian. The two of them had their differences. Huang Jingrong joined Lai Junqian's faction, while Li Yueying protected Zhou Xing. Li Yueying felt that Huang Jingrong, as an imperial examination scholar, joining a ruffian was a disgrace to all scholars. He was quite disdainful of him, and the two of them became enemies. Later on, Zhou Xing and Lai Junqian fought for power. They each served their own masters and their relationship became even worse. After Zhou Xing's incident, Li Yueying was also implicated by him. He was sentenced to death for treason and his family was sent here. Now that he saw his name, Huang Jingrong couldn't help but recall the old hatred in his heart. Zhou Xing was killed for treason. Now that this matter is connected, why don't we use Li Yueying's family as the main culprits? The Li family was dissatisfied with the death of their master and colluded with other exiles after being sent here. Huang Jingrong thought about it and felt that this wasn't convincing enough. The main culprit could be the Li family, but there had to be someone who could be regarded as the leader. He should see if there were any imperial disciples among the exiles. If there weren't, he could say that they served the crown prince or the prince of Luling of Fang province as their master. In addition, this group of exiles won't be able to accomplish anything. They aren't convincing enough, and we'll have to implicate several tribes. However, there's no rush in this matter. Let's see which chieftain doesn't come to present gifts tomorrow, and then label him as a traitor. We can't let go of that fuming period. We'll include him as well. Huang Jingrong twirled his beard, his eyes flickering. A groundless case of treason was gradually taking shape in his mind. Luo Shudao didn't know about the grudges between Huang Jingrong and Li Yueying. Hearing his words, he really thought that Huang Jingrong and Li Yueying were old friends and wanted to help Minister Counselor Li exonerate his family. Although Luo Shudao couldn't remember Li Yueying's background, he suddenly thought of Yang Mingxing's family who had moved here because of Zhou Xing's case. He continued, "Yes, because of Zhou Xing's case, many people were implicated. There's a local family that was ruined because of Zhou Xing's case." Luo Shudao casually mentioned the situation of Yang Mingxing's clansmen in Feng province. After the Yang family returned to their former residence, they had visited him in order to find a backer and even sent him a generous gift. He was also aware of the marriage between the daughter of the Yang family and Fuming Period's son. Otherwise, the already ruined Yang family wouldn't be worthy of meeting him. Now that Huang Jingrong and Li Yueying were old friends, he could make use of this matter to form a relationship with the Yang family. This way, it would be easier to resolve the conflict between Huang Jingrong and Fuming Period. Huang Jingrong didn't know how much power Fuming Period had in the southwest, but Luo Shudao was well aware of it. That Fuming Period might look like an inconspicuous country bumpkin, but he had more than 100,000 tribesmen and dozens of white barbarian tribes attached to him. Even Luo Shudao didn't dare to offend this kind of power. Now that Fuming Period was on bad terms with the imperial envoy, it became a sore point for him. Since there was a chance to reconcile, Luo Shudao naturally wouldn't let it go. Unexpectedly, Huang Jingrong was overjoyed when he heard this. Back when the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate were like fire and water, Their relationship was even worse than the current relationship between Yang Fan and the censorate. Currently, Yang Fan was the only one in the Ministry of Justice to challenge the censorate. Back then, it was Zhou Xing and his subordinates who suppressed the censorate. As Zhou Xing's #1 fighter, Yang Mingxing had a deep grudge with the censorate. Furthermore, Fuming Period left in a huff during the banquet yesterday, which also shredded Luo Shudao's face. Luo Shudao wanted to teach this person a lesson. Now that there was such a good opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, how could he let it go? Hearing Luo Shudao's words, Huang Jingrong's rebellion plan was immediately perfected. Huang Jingrong immediately said to Luo Shudao solemnly, "Governor Luo's words are wrong. Before Yang Mingxing died at Zhou Xing's hands, the imperial court didn't pursue the Yang family's responsibility. Who would want to harm them? Zhou Xing has been rebellious for a long time, and the Yang family is already deeply involved in it. They won't stop just because of Yang Mingxing's death." After Zhou Xing's rebellion failed, the remaining members of his faction were either killed or demoted. The Yang family, as his trusted followers, were unwilling to give up, so they followed him here and contacted his old faction to plot a rebellion. "Governor Luo, you've fallen into their trap. You say that the Yang family is ruined? What a great joke! When Yang Mingxing was in power, he plundered the wealth of the people. The so-called ruined is just an excuse. The money was used to buy the hearts of the people and plan a rebellion. The Yang family used a young girl to marry the head of the white barbarians. It's also a trick. They want to buy the barbarians and make them their own." Luo Shudao never expected that his words would lead to such an ending. Luo Shudao stammered, Is that so?" Huang Jingrong's eyes turned cold, and he said in an awe-inspiring voice, "When I was in the capital, I received a secret report. Governor Luo, you're in charge of this area, yet you know nothing about this?" In a noisy cart shop in the west of Feng Prefecture, there was a dark and dirty room. More than a dozen burly men were either standing or sitting in it. The room was filled with the stench of sweat. Some of the burly men had fierce eyebrows, some had crooked noses and stared. Their expressions and mannerisms were all different. It was as if there were statues of Luohan standing in the Luohan Hall. In the middle sat a burly man, but he didn't look like a Buddha. His figure wasn't tall and sturdy, but he exuded a fierce murderous aura that no one dared to underestimate. Lu Junfan was standing in front of him, crying with snot and tears. 2 people were lying behind Lu Junfan. One had a collapsed nose and his face was covered in blood. The other had a broken leg and was curled up like a chicken. As for the man with broken ribs, because he was not treated in time, blood overflowed from his mouth and nose while he was unconscious, and he had already suffocated to death. The other man who had his neck broken was naturally also dead. His accomplices threw the 2 corpses into the bushes and didn't even bother to bury them. "Whoever dares to touch my Sima Bai's people, I'll take his life." The burly man sneered and said with a murderous aura, "Speak, where does he live?"